Grand Rising, everybody. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off like we always do by shouting out the sponsors and playing some music. Let some people get in the house. Hopefully, everybody having a beautiful day. Shout out to all the sponsors. Y'all know who you are. We're going to start this off with some music. Let some people get in the house. Grand Rising, everybody. Power to the motherfucking people. Got my brother Juice in the house. Much love and respect to you and the family. Juice, always my brother. Shawanda Williams, much love and respect to you and the family. Quick tapping, racism in America and farming. I got some videos set up for us to watch. And just proves my point. Because you got some of these YouTubers that act like, because they're talking about kicking immigrants out, that they ain't talking about the African American or the nigger or the black. And I just want to remind them that America was built on racism. They did it to us first, then reclassified us. But yeah, we're going to get into all of that, man. Let's start this off with some music like we always do. Shawanda, appreciate you. You already know my nigga Juice, appreciate you, man. Everybody sub up to everybody. My brother Juice be making that music. Make sure y'all sub up to everybody. Let's go, man. Hood Politics Part 1.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. The shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen.
Much love and respect to you and the family. How you doing today, boot camp?
See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the
Hey, shout out my brother OTK. Much love and respect to you and the family. Always my brother. I'm glad you came up. You gave me a reminder. We're going to do a quick moment of silence for the brother Richard Neal Bay. Food, clothing, and shelter. A quick moment of silence. I'm going to make sure I put his burial information up, his Cash App information up for the family. My condolences to the brother Richard Neal Bay. He passed. My condolences to the family, the wife, and 3 daughters. But yeah, let's do a quick moment of silence, real quick, for the brother Richard Mill Bay. Salute my brother OTK. Respect my brother. Quick moment of silence for the brother Richard Mill Bay and his family. Yeah, appreciate you coming up. How your day going today, my brother?
All's well, man. You already know, man. How about you and your family?
Doing good, man. Falling back another day, man. Another day. I said I was gonna tap in on this subject. I got a couple videos to watch. Cause to me, I seen listening to other channels, it seemed like, cause they coming at the migrants right now and they ain't attacking us. It seemed like, we just letting that go by. You know what I mean? My biggest point is America was built on racism. It's still racist. And they always targeting us just because they took the ball off of us for a minute and put it on the immigrants and the migrants, talking about kicking them out. Where I still believe that it's a possibility that they can kick us out. Because that's what America was built on. It was built on destroying us, the wild Indian, the nigger, first.
Facts.
And I do this just a reminder to tell my people to stay safe out here because there's people that hate us, that dislike us. But you can tap in and we're going to play some music and get it started, brother. Welcome to the platform. You already know. Make sure y'all sub up to my brother OTK channel. Go ahead. You want to tap in the same thing?
Hey, man, I definitely agree. I can't wait to get in it, man. You know what I mean? Go ahead, do what you do, man. Rest in peace to brother Rich Neil Bay, man. Shout out to Goddess Clay Gubba L and the L Bay family, man. Shout out to the daughters and shout out to the family, though, man. You know, hope all is well, man. But go ahead, bro.
Appreciate you, brother. Like I said, we're going to play some music for a little bit. And I got like two or three videos set up for us to watch. You know what I mean? The link's in the chat. Anybody welcome to come up. Let's go. Back to my nigga Dangerous. Hood Politics Part 2.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say.
Much
Ask
love
the
and
world
respect,
leaders about
Katrina.
the oath they secretly
Much
take.
love and
It's a
respect.
plan
Thank
that
you.
they got to
Flat
keep us
motherfucking
legally
power. I
slaves.
forgot to put my
Hate they
banner up. Flat
overwhelming
power.
when you needed
To
a
all the
break.
Flat
If
Power
you think
family.
that I'm just
All my
talking
wild
it, bitch,
Indians
you
in that
lost.
with me.
It's a war going on
Appreciate you
like
tapping
rich
in
versus
since I
poor. The
modded
rich
you up.
keep getting rich
It's
while you broke
always
ass starve.
respect over here.
Feeding you little
Always.
pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full
Sharon
of hate,
Walker, much love
niggas
and
listen.
respect to you and
When
the
I make a
family
song about
always.
love,
Sharon
niggas
Walker,
skip
I
it. They
appreciate
both
you.
from the soul, so
Thank
really
you.
ain't
Each and
nothing
every one of
different.
you.
Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with two cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You Fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war, these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought. That shit is dangerous. A lot of people died for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
This game
for the commercial. Let's go.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world. Many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on the platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touch in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pig sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim
get y'all flat power here, man.
Of
y'all flat power here, man.
This is American justice.
Shout out to Russ Sanchez.
This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in
my
jail.
brother.
But if you can't
Milestone,
that
much love and respect to you and the family. Kusa, much love and respect to you and the family. My brother Najee Skates, flat motherfucking power, much love and respect to you and the family. My sister Jude,
it's kind of like the sun
much
coming over
love and
a
respect to
dark
you and the
cloud,
family. Always.
shining on you with its warm
All
rays.
of
So
y'all.
magnificent.
Milestone, Jude, the Isle of Warren, Najee Skates. My brother,
Yo,
appreciate all.
once again from the soul.
Flat powder.
This is my notebook. Let me rip you a page that'll make you sit back and witness the plague. Got kids pitching grenades, missing the days. Guess you can't be a star sitting in the shade. And at times, life will make you sicker than AIDS. Twisting the haze, laid out wishing you prayed. Working hard, no difference is made. In a world that'll kill you and spit in your grave. The best thing a parent can say to a child, success is no restriction for age. Or we might be another nigga twisting some braids in the penitentiary, spending some days. Bad choices, plus you know how niggas persuade. Them snakes got venomous ways. And the worst thing to a man is feeling betrayed. Head above water, still get hit with a wave. Still think of my queen, get hit with a daze. Still treat us no different than slaves. This world take hearts and fill them with rage. All the seeds with hate, make them sit in the cage.
Going on now. You know, we heard about full moon.
Some bullshit.
Shout out my brother. OTK.
World on some bullshit.
Love and respect.
Nothing new under the sun. Shit ain't no different today. You know I can give up what your ministers say. I won't forget the past to remember the faith. As society takes souls and send them astray, then it's the hate you got trapped deep in your heart. So in these times I fall back deep in the arts, hidden colors. Got a nigga seeking the arc, sipping tea, watching devils pull people apart. I remember an old saying, reap what you sow. On your journey, stay humble and teach what you know. And this flow ain't the shit you see at the store. It's more like the damn killer that you greet at the door. Third eye be the seed of your soul. Such a beautiful earth these demons control. Gonna make shit better if I can. Cause all over the world my empire stands.
Y'all got something y'all want me to promote, let me know. Free promotion.
On some bullshit.
And everybody sub up to everybody channel, please. That's how we all
some bullshit,
bro. That's how all the channels grow. Even if you don't have a channel, sub up to them.
World on some bullshit.
World on some bullshit.
On some bullshit. World on some bullshit.
And this next song that I'm about to play, this is what inspired me to do this stream. And it inspires me to keep talking about racism here in America, because America was built on racism. And we try to, act like it ain't happening, but it is. We try to act like, America is trying to fix this problem, but it's not. You know what I mean? We want to act like, because they're putting the heat on the immigrants, that they didn't have the heat on us always. They try to say our people died for voting. Our people died because they was fighting for their life, because they was hanging us, they were burning us, they were bombing us. We didn't care about no goddamn vote. We cared about them stop killing us and slaughtering our family and taking our land and burning our land. That's what we cared about. And what I'm going to show in this video today, shout out my brother, the Enemy's Public. What I'm going to show in the video today is just what the brother Job Bricks is talking about. How they bombed Oklahoma and a bunch of other different cities in America. And it was all built on racism, them hating us, them seeing our progression, them seeing our growth. And they despised it. And they burnt our shit down. And they used the government. They used the corporation. The corporation used the law enforcement. The law enforcement got mobs to burn our shit down and to take our properties, our rights, and kill our people. And that's what I'm going to show in the night video. And like I said, the only reason I'm doing it is out of passion and to tell my people, be aware at all times, because there's people out here that hate you. Hate is a strong word, but there's people out here that hate us because of who we are, because of the color of our skin. So let's go. I'm going to start with this song. Like I said, this song was the inspiration to make me want to keep doing these streams on racism. Let's go. Black Massacre. Story. Song cry. Shout out my nigga Job Brick.
See, they ain't never want us to ever have shit. But what's crazy is we had it all. And jealousy was the thing that, you know,
you heard him say it right here. Let me rewind that.
But that don't mean we won't build it again. Rest in peace, Dick Roll.
Let me start that.
Sounds like a love song. Sounds like a love song.
Let's get it.
I ain't telling our
people want us to ever have shit.
I ain't telling our people. I ain't promoting hate. I don't hate nobody. I'm just promoting awareness. Be aware, because it's a factual history in America that there's people out here that hate us. Let's go.
But what's crazy is we had it all. And jealousy was the thing that, you know, stopped this from happening.
Jealousy.
But that don't mean we won't build it again. Rest in peace, Dick Rollman. It was May 31st, 1921. Early in the morning when this madness had begun, it was a youngin' by the name Dick Rowland. Was working, had to use the bathroom and tried to hold it. Well, eventually he couldn't control it. Chose to take the elevator up, yeah, he rode it. White woman elevator operator noticed. Little do he know this moment would change Tulsa. He put his head down. This was part of segregation. The elevator went unbalanced and it started shaking. Roland tripped and held the operator for support. A black man attacked a white woman with a report. See the
and we done found out that was a lie. That was all fabricated history. That was a lie that they made up on that boy to kill him. That boy didn't do nothing to that girl. They just didn't like him because basically he was in the same elevator with her, and they tried to say that he tried to make a pass on a woman, which all came out 50 years later a lie. And they didn't even prosecute the woman that lied and had that man killed. But let's go.
Black people in Tulsa, they was doing well. They had no choice but to spend money with their own selves. They had banks, hospitals, and grocery stores. A black owner operated who told you we poor. The whites on the other side was in poor conditions. They was looking for a reason to provoke a lynching. Locked up the young man and put him in jail. The KKK and the lynch mob went to the jail. But they was met by black men out of Oklahoma. And even though they was outnumbered, they fought for the honor. They declared martial law, then deployed the army and dropped bombs and army planes. It was real alarming. Moral of the story, we come from wealth. A great example how we flourish when we spend with ourselves. See, segregation, we was thriving, but unlikely for them. And integration was so we could spend our money with them. I said, moral of the story, we come from wealth. A great example how we flourish when we spend with ourselves. See, segregation, we was thriving, but unlikely for them. And integration was so we could spend our money with them. Get woke or die sleeping.
We're gonna play one more song, and then we're gonna get it started. I'm on my Malcolm shit. Shout out my nigga Sanchez, man. Shout out my nigga sponsor, master teacher, my nigga Sanchez. We on our Malcolm shit over here. We on our Malcolm shit.
Let's go.
Keep it a buck, I'm the one you got a problem with. This ain't no black news and no Jabari this. Real scholarship that'll sink your partnerships. Haters popping shit cause I'm on top of shit. First time I partnered it, this time it's obvious. It's me against the mafia on my Illuminati shit. Self-made, never had a sod, never starter kit. Breastplate and sword.
Man, much love and respect you. This is
godliness. I put my heart in this partnership. House of consciousness, old Mortgages. Now I'm son and old
about racism in America.
He gave the red and blue pills. Meet
racism is harm.
We victorious. Show us respect. Got my name in your mouth. Hope you choke on the S. Hope you know I'm the best. Fuck it, I'm killing your doubts. Killing your minions. Trying to make their career off the couch. Old shotters compared to globetrotters. Spinning balls, we proving truth with no problem. Approach cautious, trust
With
me,
no
niggas
problem.
above your limits. Flow scorching, no
And
condom, y'all ain't
appreciate
fucking
my
with me.
nigga.
Fucking with me. Trust me, niggas above your limits. Flow scorching, no condom, y'all ain't standing in the window. Gun in my hand, no sleep protecting the children. Bitch, I'm on my Malcolm shit. Movement won't move cause you the police. Got the people stagnant cause y'all on some backward shit. Harlem. I told y'all niggas stop playing with me. Now I got a body Oswald Bates. Reggie got new shoes, now we think he can fuck with me. Boy, this shit in my heart, not on my fucking feet. Enjoy your luxuries, I do it for the hard living. Y'all the type to hit stop streaming and start kissing. Niggas need to stop dreaming and start living. Stop waiting on motherships and stop wishing. Stop defending belief systems and fuck feelings. Corrupt niggas done misinformed enough children. So fuck your legacy, it's built upon heresy. Dress is what rappers got in common with comedic priests. Frat boys should call them comedic Greeks.
Let me
Stick the
rewind
lectures and step show.
just a little bit. This is my favorite part right here. Bam.
Stop waiting on motherships and stop wishing. Stop defending belief systems and fuck feelings. Corrupt niggas done misinformed enough children. So fuck your legacy, it's built upon heresy. Dress is what rappers got in common with comedic priests. Frat boys should call them comedic Greeks. Stick to lectures and step shows, don't step to me. Fake pro-black niggas caught with Stephanie. Niggas own iPhones and teach telepathy. The short mind that can't expect longevity. Testing me, cook your ass like you're part of the recipe. The short mind that can't expect longevity. Testing me, cook your ass like you're part of the recipe. Standing in the window, gun in my hand, no sleep protecting the children. Bitch, I'm on my Malcolm shit. Movement won't move cause you the police. Got the people stagnant cause y'all on some backward shit. Standing in the window, gun in my hand, no sleep protecting the children. Bitch, I'm on my Malcolm shit.
You on that Malcolm shit over here. Focus mind. Appreciate you. We're gonna play one more song because this is one of my favorites right here. Before the internet.
Niggas been getting stacks, nigga. Before the internet. Niggas been getting cash, nigga. Before the internet. They was chasing after bags. Before the internet, kitchen nigga whip it like that. Before the internet, I was really getting cash. Wasn't no counted on no camera. I was stuffed it in the stack. Hey, before the internet. We was really selling crack. We was at the Bedford House. They had dolphins in the back. Hey, before the internet, we was slanging up the papers. 911/240, that's 2 for 40 for them geekers. Kinfolk throwing up them bees. They were banging like a speaker. Look, we barely went to church, cause we was slanging to the preacher name. Green polo down, slanging thing up in my teacher. To school up in the gym, I used to bang behind the bleachers. Mama didn't know what we were. Wasn't no phone, couldn't reach it. Breaking bass up in the beaker, cooking crack cocaine with creatures. Hey, before the internet, niggas been getting stacks. Nigga, before the internet, niggas been getting cash. Nigga, before the internet, niggas been getting whacked. They killed what's the name? The uncle threw his body across the
track.
Hey, before
that's my story.
I would be f***ing with a
before the internet,
killer had a shootout in a fight. It wasn't no back and forth on Twitter. Wasn't no arguing on computers. I was fucking with his sister, so I knew just what it was whenever I ran into that nigga. Hey, before the internet, they didn't have no OnlyFans. I was renting out my bitches, had them bringing back them bands. Pull that paper out that pussy, put that paper in my hand. I'm not trying to be your lover, bitch. I'm trying to be your friend. Hey, before the internet, getting stacks, nigga. Before the internet, pussy power. That's a fact, nigga. Before the internet, bitches ass been fat. They just utilize the web and turn computers to the trap, nigga.
Shout out to OG. They said we're about to start at it.
Turn computers to the trap, nigga. Yeah. Hey, we just utilize the web and turn computers to the trap, nigga.
We're about to get it started. I appreciate y'all support, man. Like I said, I got a video set up. You know, shout out my brother, the Enemies Public, who gave me this video. He showed it on his channel. I was like, it's perfect for my topic. So let's go. And let me know if you want me to stop it, OTK. If you hear something that you want me to stop it, bro.
I scraped to get by. Donald Trump wants
to give tax breaks to billionaires, but Kamala Harris has plans to cut taxes for working people like me. I voted for Donald Trump before, but this time I'm voting for Kamala.
Apologize for the commercial. Let me know if you want me to stop it, OTK. I just want to get
now.
Okay, I got
Such ever-readied white generation barbaric outbursts against a simple people captured, shipped off, enslaved, and then, even upon being emancipated, faced with the severest hate and segregation,
they love starting them stories off like that, which we all know that was a lie. It was people already here in America. You know, they basically, reclassified us. We weren't. Most of us wasn't brought here on no boat. We were already here. I ain't saying that they didn't bring people here on a boat, but the history of America, if you look at it, it was always people here before Columbus came for centuries. Let's go. Just wanted to get that out the way fast.
Could only undoubtedly have been the outcome of serious generational indoctrination, an indoctrination of hate, where even the cruel death or brutal murder of the hated is seen as victory or some grand accomplishment. And for what? What, of course, could be more irrational, dim, and barbaric in the world?
They came on the first day of January, and they did not stop burning and shooting and hanging and lynching until January the 7th.
June 1st, 1921 was the day Tulsa's Greenwood District, known as the Black Wall Street, was left in ashes. In a span of 24 hours, the wealthiest Black community in America was reduced to rubble. The Tulsa Massacre was a brutal reminder of the deadly consequences of racial hatred and economic envy. As the smoke cleared, the true extent of the devastation became clear. 35 city blocks destroyed, over 1,200 homes reduced to ash, and an estimated number of 300 lives lost.
What's the big deal about Tulsa? What makes Tulsa significant than any other city? Well, you've come to a place where not only a terrorist attack occurred, but that terrorist attack, there was no justice that followed that terrorist attack.
The survivors would pick up whatever piece was left of their lives forever changed by the trauma of that day, says Ruth Avery, a survivor of the...
Shout out my brother, Shamel Thomas, much love and respect to you and the family. My brother Straight Smoke, much love and respect to you and the family. Hopefully, both of y'all is having a beautiful evening. Hopefully, everything good with both of y'all. Let's go.
Of the Tulsa Massacre.
I never thought I'd see the day when my community would be destroyed. It was like the world was coming to an end.
The Tulsa Massacre was a tipping point in American history, exposing the dark underbelly of racism and oppression that continues to haunt us today. But Tulsa was not an isolated incident. From Rosewood to Elaine and so many other cities, the pattern of racial violence and destruction repeated itself. Tulsa was just the beginning. Across America, so many thriving Black cities and towns were targeted, destroyed, and erased from history. Their stories silenced, their legacies lost. Until now, the destruction of Black cities and towns was a result of systemic racism, white supremacy, and economic envy. There were quite a number of these towns then, over 50 Black cities and towns, blooming with all kinds of development and amenities for the hardworking Black Americans who were living in them and endeavoring all they can to keep their communities habitable. These communities were thriving independently with successful businesses, schools, and cultural institutions.
Y'all heard that, thriving.
But the success of these cities was seen as a threat to white dominance. Instead of emulating from the good works they had noticed going on in these Black towns, white Americans resorted to doing just what they're known to do best: destruction, chaos, and death. In those days, violence, intimidation, and forced displacement were the weapons used by white communities to maintain marginalization and racial control on Blacks by every means. What it feels like to be Black was nothing short of unearthly pain for our Black ancestors in that era. However, forward, kindly consider subscribing if you are yet to. Hit the thumb button in front of you and share with friends and families to keep spreading consciousness. Your support means a lot to us. Now let us dive into the events of this dark history of the thriving black cities that were destroyed by whites, starting with 1. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood District.
I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see black men being shot, black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country.
Like they said, they showing all the massacres here in America. I've been trying to email this to myself. It won't let me, but that's what they're talking about when I'm showing on the phone. All the black towns that was massacred and here in America. And they're only going on the top 10. But this is what I'm gonna get this to my email some kind of way. I got it in my email, but it's probably like 30 pages back. I gotta find it. But yeah, this is what they're talking about. All the black massacres that happened here in America. Let's go.
Country may forget this history, but I cannot.
During an emotional testimony on Capitol Hill on Wednesday, Fletcher, who is now
Neither
107,
can I.
recalls the memories of the two-day massacre that left hundreds of black people dead. In the early 1900s, Greenwood was a beacon of black excellence, with over 300 businesses, including banks, hotels, and newspapers. Tulsa, Oklahoma, was founded in 1882, and by the early 1900s, it had become a thriving oil town. Greenwood was a self-sufficient community with its own schools, hospitals, and newspapers. It was a place where black people could thrive, free from the racial tensions of the time. But as Tulsa grew, so did racial tensions. The white residents had become increasingly resentful of Greenwood's success, although segregation laws had enforced separation between black and white communities. Despite segregation laws, racial tensions remained high, and in one occasion of racial clashes, whites had unleashed their pent-up fury against the African-American community, revealing deep-seated animosity and hostility. It all started on May 31, 1921.
Hi, everyone. Alina Haba asking you to do something very, very critical in this election so that we do not lose that Oval Office and getting President Trump back in it. We need you to send your votes in. Early voting is happening soon. Please get out there and vote. Bring your friends, bring your mom, get a carpool, put your MAGA hat on, go piss off some libs and vote. That's what we need, all right? Because no matter what I say, no matter how much money we raise, if you do not get to the ballot box, if you do not vote, we have no chance. So let's get out there and help me save America.
If you want the perfect tool to help you with your writing, Grammarly. So for those of you who don't know what Grammarly is, it is an AI writing partner that helps professionals write better and faster. And what's great about Grammarly is that you can use the AI feature across Grammarly to help me write my scripts or outlines or anything else I'm writing, really. And Grammarly has 14 years of
When a 19-year-old shoe shiner named Dick Rowland
I
entered a
walked
Drexel
away.
building,
They
an
hit
office
me with
located at
commercials.
319
Shout out
South
my
Main
brother
Street in
P-Mo.
Tulsa. He needed to
Much love,
use a
respect
public
you and the
bathroom,
family.
but because he was a black, segregation
about
laws
voting, and I'm
restricted him from using facilities located at the down part of the building. So he had to use the bathroom at the top. Getting there required taking the elevators, and the 19-year-old shoe shiner stepped into the elevator.
See, and let me say this. It ain't like I dislike white people. I just choose not to get in a relationship with them. I don't hate no racial group. White, Chinese, Mexicans. But in this story, it shows how the white man weaponized his women against us. They use their women as a weapon against us. And they still doing it today. You sleep with who you want, but I'm sleeping with a sister. You know, like I said, what they're about to talk about now is one example of how they weaponize the white woman against us. They get that white woman to back them up, say he did something, he touched them or did something wrong, and that calls for them to come burn down our communities, kill that person. There's several examples of that. That's why I'm not for interracial relationships. Not for me. You know, that's one thing my mother told me when I was younger, boy. If you mess with one of them white girls, you get in trouble. I'm not gonna bail you out. I ain't putting my house up. And that was a learning lesson for me. She said, if you get locked up, do something stupid, I ain't putting my house up to bail you out, boy. You know, and that stuck with me. But this is one example how they used a white woman as a weapon against us. And there's two other stories in here. Now, it's your penis or you know, vagina. You can sleep with who you want. I'm just saying my preference. But I'm also showing how they weaponize their women against us. That's the other point I want to make. They weaponize their woman against us. You know, they divided our family, but their families was all together. The woman did whatever the man told them to do, even if it was to hurt another person. So let's go.
On getting there, he met 17-year-old Sarah Page, a white lady who was working as the elevator operator. The chance encounter between the two individuals sparked a chain of events that would change the city forever. According to Page, Roland grabbed at her arm and attempted to kiss her, prompting her to push him away and flee the elevator in fear.
Woman.
But Roland's version of events told a different story.
Man, woman.
He claimed to have simply tripped and stumbled into the elevator,
That's what I'm
denying any wrongdoing.
You see what I'm saying? They weaponize their women against us. That woman was ugly as hell. Nobody want to kiss that. Look at that. Who want to kiss that? Looking like a goddamn bear. Nothing attractive about her, but he wanted to kiss her. Like I said, these people lie, they lie, they lie. And I ain't for believing none of their lies. Historical lies, Bones lie, NASA lies. None of the lies I don't believe. These people are habitual liars. This woman ugly as shit. But that man wanted to kiss her, tried to grab her. Like I said, I'm just showing show how they use their women to weaponize against us. Let's go.
According to Page, Roland grabbed at her arm and attempted to kiss her, prompting her to push him away and flee the elevator in fear. But Roland's version of events told a different story. He claimed to have simply tripped and stumbled into the elevator, denying any wrongdoing. As the news of the incident spread like wildfire, the white community seized upon Page's account, fueling racial tensions and outrage. The media sensationalized the story.
To come terrorize us and burn our shit down, to kill us. They wanted a reason. But let's go.
Portraying Roland as a criminal and Page as a victim. Some witnesses reported hearing Page scream and seeing Roland flee the scene, while others whispered that the encounter was consensual. The truth, however, remained elusive, lost in the chaos and destruction that followed. Knowing definitely well that the event might make him the target of an angry white mob, Roland fled to his mother's house in Greenwood for refuge. Unfortunately, the police located and arrested him.
And this is another reason why I don't fuck with the police. Fuck the police. Because they always use the police as a weapon against us. The police would get some angry white people and deputize them and use them against us. So we were going against law enforcement and mobs. And that's what they show here. Let's go.
Time. Rumors that Roland will be lynched began spreading like wildfire, and by 7:30 p.m. on that same day, hundreds of residents were gathered outside the courthouse. At exactly 8:30 p.m., 3 men entered into the courthouse demanding that Roland be handed over to them. But McCullough, the newly elected local sheriff, sternly refused and sent the 3 men out. By 9:30 p.m., the crowd had swelled into thousands, and the sheriffs vastly outnumbered. It was about...
Hey, shout out my brother Enemies Public. Much love and respect to you and the family. If y'all haven't, sub up to my brother Enemies Public with Nasir, brother Nasir. You know, thank you for letting me get this video too, brother Nasir. Appreciate you.
This time that a group of 50 to 60 armed black citizens arrived at the courthouse in order to support the sheriffs. And again, the sheriffs turned down their offer. Sadly, their arrival had prompted many of the white citizens to head home for their guns. At 10 p.m., a second group of black armed men arrived to support the sheriffs as well. But again, they were turned down. As they were leaving the courthouse, a white man approached one of the black armed men, calling him a racial slur, and at the same time, trying to take his gun, thereby sparking an altercation. In an instant, the situation escalated. A single gunshot pierced the air, and chaos erupted. Panic and violence spread like wildfire, unleashing a maelstrom of gunfire, shouts, and screams. Both sides began to fire, and the small group of black citizens was outnumbered 20-1. As a reason, this group of black citizens were forced to retreat towards their neighborhood, Greenwood, in an attempt to escape the violence and find safety. Unluckily, the gunfight followed them the whole way, thereby leading to massive killings of innocent black citizens. Calling the incident a Negro uprising, the local police deputized over 500 men, many of whom were members of the lynched mob. These new deputies were instructed to arm themselves and shoot any black they met on the street. The violence spread throughout Tulsa's black neighborhood, Greenwood, with white mobs attacking homes, businesses, and churches. White pilots flew planes overhead, dropping incendiary bombs and shooting at black residents. Greenwood was destroyed, with the entire city blocks reduced to ashes, leaving thousands of black residents homeless and displaced. Greenwood was left in ruins. The Oklahoma National Guard was deployed to restore order, but not before the devastation was complete. Over the next 24 hours, the mob destroyed 35 city blocks, burned over 1,200 homes. Although official reports at the time glossed over the carnage, claiming only 36 lives lost, 26 blacks, 10 whites. But the Red Cross, witnessing the devastation firsthand, estimated a staggering 300 fatalities. The NAACP, Fighting for Justice, believed the true number lay between 150 to 200.
See how the media was always weaponized against us? The media claimed a lot lower number. The same thing they be doing now. Or they just don't do our stories at all. The media has always been a weapon used as a weapon against us. Always placing us as the bad guy in the situation. Always. Just like they said back then. Let's go.
100. In the end, it didn't matter what really happened in that elevator. The damage was done. The seeds of hatred and violence that had been sown, and the city of Tulsa would never be the same again. The violence was not merely a reaction to the elevator incident, but a manifestation of long-held racial hatred and fear, fueled by systemic oppression and discrimination. The Tulsa race riot still remains one of the darkest chapters in American history. 2. Rosewood, Florida.
The town of Rosewood was a small, predominantly black community not too far from Gainesville. It was destroyed at the hands of an angry racist mob. All that's left, their descendants who continue to tell their stories.
It was almost like this picture perfect place.
Like I said, there's always an angry, racist, white mob. But we want to act like, it's kumbaya. They ain't our enemies. Like I said, I don't hate all white people. I just hate racist white people. And I think we could have solved this problem if the non-racist white people would step up, and if our people would step up. I think we could have been solved racism. But why you got other people, acting like it ain't happening because it ain't affecting them? And white people turning the other cheek, along with black people turning the other cheek. The shit just got worse. We could have been ended racism here in America. Let's go. Now, you ain't blocked. I see your comment, Lou. Now, you ain't blocked. Welcome to the platform.
On January 5th, 1923, a mob of over 200 white men attacked the black community in Rosewood, Florida, killing over 30 black women, men, and children. burning the town to the ground and forcing all survivors to permanently flee Rosewood. This is what went down. On January 1st, 1923, in Sumner, Florida, a young married white woman named Fannie Taylor claimed she had been assaulted by Jesse Hunter, a black man who had escaped a prison chain gang. Though there was no evidence against Mr. Hunter, local white men
That's two stories where they weaponized a white woman against us to burn our shit down. You know, and like I said, whoever you date, that's your choice. I choose not to. But that's why one of the reasons why I don't, because I know the history of America. Like I said, my mom told me in the 70s and late 80s, early 80s, don't mess with them. You're gonna get in trouble. When this went up, you know, it was on the rise. Let's get back to the video. Second white woman they done weaponized against us in our community. Let's go.
launched a manhunt in Rosewood, a nearby town of about
And she was
200 black
another
people.
ugly ass woman.
On January
She was
2nd,
ugly ass woman, man. Like somebody want to touch her. Look at her. Where's she at? Where's she at? Let me put her picture up so fast. Right there. God damn.
While Trump brags about how rich he is,
I'm really rich.
and promises to lower taxes for big billionaires, Kamala Harris will cut taxes for 100 million families.
And unlike
Pause that, man. Lies. All they do is lies. Propaganda lies. That's all they do. I want to show this woman face. Right there. Stop. Right there. Now that's the woman. Come on, man. Another ugly ass scarecrow. Now I want to stop it. I cut off
200 black
I want to
people.
take that back. Now we're gonna show her face. It's all come on, man. Who would try to assault that? Who? Come on, man. I mean, at least put a pretty white girl up. These would look like, look like trolls. Come on. No way, man. Like I said, they women stick behind them, man. And that's why I'm against, that.
Jesse Hunter, a black man who had escaped a prison chain gang. Though there was no evidence against Mr. Hunter, local white men launched a manhunt in Rosewood, a nearby town of about 200 black people. On January...
No evidence. Let's rewind that back. No evidence against the man.
In Sumner, Florida,
they got
a young married white woman,
lying-ass woman, looking like a goddamn He-Man, looking like Skeletor or somebody. Go. No evidence. No evidence. Let's go.
A woman named Fannie Taylor claimed she had been assaulted by Jesse Hunter, a black man who had escaped a prison chain gang. Though there was no evidence against Mr. Hunter, local white men launched a manhunt in Rosewood, a nearby town of about 200 black people. On January 2nd, a mob of white men kidnapped, tortured, and lynched Sam Carter, a black craftsman from Rosewood, on the suspicion that he had helped Jesse Hunter escape. White mobs would continue to terrorize Rosewood, searching for Mr. Hunter, and black residents would arm themselves in defense. Late on the night of January 4th, a white posse fired into the home of black Rosewood resident Sylvester Carrier, whom they suspected of harboring Mr. Hunter, and killed an elderly woman. A gunfight between Carrier and the mob would last into the early morning, killing people on both sides. Outraged that black residents had fought back, the posse left the scene to regroup and returned with more men. On January 5th, a mob of between 200 to 300 white men attacked Rosewood, killing an estimated 30 to 40 black men, women, and children on sight, and burning the town to the ground. Most black residents would later flee into the woods.
And let me say this real quick, and that's why I said not all white people are racist, but, they too scared to speak up because, the white group might kill them, brutalize them. So they scared to step up. You know, but like I said, we could have had this shit solved if people wasn't all fearful, you know, and so-called waiting on this, you know, God to come back and stop the racism. You know what I mean? We could have been had this shit solved, but let's go.
While others fled by train to Gainesville, Florida, never to return. Survivors later recounted that Fannie Taylor had made false accusations against Jesse Hunter to conceal her extramarital affair with a white man. Number 3, Washington, D.C.
Man, y'all hear that?
In the sweltering...
She lied to, you know, basically cover up her extramarital affairs with another white man. She lied. But let's go to the next one.
The summer of 1919, Washington, D.C. was a city on edge. The Great War had ended, but the fight for equality and justice had only just begun. African-American soldiers, fresh from battling for democracy abroad, returned home to find themselves denied the same rights.
Like I said, you don't hear nothing about voting. You hear about them wanting them to stop killing us, to stop burning our shit down, to stop terrorizing us. But let's go.
And respect they had fought for. Tension simmered, fueled by housing shortages, job competition.
And came back to racism. I'm one of them vets. And this happened I got out of the military in the 90s. In 1990, and I still experienced racism here in America after going and serving my country and coming back a service-connected disabled veteran, got hurt serving my country, came back home to racism. I experienced that, yeah, just like you talk about in that video. Let's go.
And the ever-present specter of racial prejudice. The city's streets were a powder keg, waiting for a spark to ignite the flames of violence. That spark came on July 20, 1919, when a white woman accused a black man of assault. White men, many in the armed forces, responded.
America has always been a powder keg ready to explode with these racist white people. Let me rewind that shit back. Bam, here you go. Let's go.
Returned home to find themselves denied the same rights and respect they had fought for. Tension simmered, fueled by housing shortages, job competition, and the ever-present specter of racial prejudice. The city's streets were a powder keg, waiting for a spark to ignite the flames of violence.
And like I said, you know, this was in 1919, 1920. I experienced the same racism in 1990 after I came home from the military, serving this country. Where did I experience racism? In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, by the police force and other racist white people. Let's go.
That spark came on July 20, 1919, when a white woman accused a black man of assault. White men, many in the armed forces, responded to the rumored arrest of a black man for the rape of a white woman with 4 days of mob violence against black individuals and businesses. They rioted randomly, beating black people on the street and pulling others off streetcars for attacks. When the police refused to intervene, the black population fought back. The violence raged on for days. Sounds of gunfire, screams, and shattering glass filled the air as the city teetered on the brink of chaos. In the end, the riots left deep scars on the city and its people. The death toll mounted with at least 15 lives lost and over 150 injured, with property damage of over $100,000 to $200,000, approximately.
We need you to send your votes in. Early voting is happening soon. Please get out there and vote. Bring your friends, bring your mom, get a carpool, put your MAGA hat on, go piss off some libs and vote. That's what we need, all right? Because no matter what I say, no matter how much money we raise, if you do not get to the ballot box, if you do not vote, we have no chance. So let's get out there and help me save America.
It seems like every time I walk away, they hit me with them goddamn
$1.5 million to $3 million in today's dollars. This left the streets littered with the remnants of shattered lives and broken dreams. Number 4, Colfax, Louisiana. On April 13, 1873, a white militia attacked the town of Colfax, Louisiana, killing an estimated 60 to 150 black residents. The violence was sparked by a disputed gubernatorial election, with white Democrats seeking to overthrow the newly elected Republican.
You got a lot of questions, Lou. I see why you were blocked, why you thought you was blocked. You see it, my brother P. Moses said, fall back. Fall back, Lou, before you get blocked again. Or hit the link and say it with your testicles. Stop being a chatty patty, typing in the chat. Say it with your nuts. And I'll tell you exactly what I experienced. Hit the link. The link's pinned. What killed me is, people thinking that it ain't possible. When I got a bunch of fucking videos in my watch later that's showing it's happening now. And you want to act like it ain't happening now. So chill before you get blocked, man. Because, my moderators got a loaded clip and they ready to go. And I don't even got to tell them. And I don't even care if they block you. Because if you're being disrespectful, they doing what they supposed to do. And I got a lot of moderators, man. So be respectful, brother. Unless you're going to hit the link and talk about it. But my moderators will time you out without even me saying anything. I don't care. That's why they mods. Shout out my brother Tony Furlow, my Naga. Always respect my brother Tony Furlow. Love and respect to you and the family. If you ain't hitting the chat, Lou, I say chill, man, before you get blocked.
Government. The militia, mostly ex-Confederates, targeted the town's black majority, who had been exercising their newfound voting rights. The attackers used cannons, guns, and fire to destroy the...
What's good, Lou?
What's up? Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just asking an honest question. I don't know why everyone in your chat started flipping out. And then you're challenging me to ask you these questions in person. Okay. So...
Have you ever experienced racism in America, sir?
Yeah.
Then what the fuck is you talking about? You acting like I didn't experience it, but you did.
I wasn't acting like you didn't experience it. I was just asking questions about it.
Where I experienced racism in the 90s?
Yeah. Because I wanted to know, because that sounds strange.
So how long ago did you experience it?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't get like my ass kicked or anything like that.
Neither did I.
Just, people being prejudiced.
Seems like you got an echo, man. You turn off whatever you got in the back.
Oh, damn. I probably got to turn off this external mic. I'll come back in, okay?
Gotcha. I mean, if you experience racism, you act like I'm saying something wrong about racism in America. Am I right, chat? Am I right? He said he experienced it, but he talking about I didn't experience it. Make it make sense. Let's go back to the video.
The town, killing many black residents, including women and children. Some were shot while trying to surrender, while others were burned alive in their homes. Despite the fact that the Colfax decimation made national headlines at the time, the incident was quickly forgotten.
I'm gonna play that video next, OTK.
In 1921, local officials erected a memorial to the 3 white militia members who died. The inscription on the memorial calls the white militia members heroes who died fighting for white supremacy. To a large extent, these actions show that they had complete disregard for the value of the black lives lost. The Colfax massacre was a brutal example of racial terrorism, aimed at suppressing black political power and maintaining white supremacy in Louisiana. The event marked the end of Reconstruction in the state and led to the rise of Jim Crow laws. Only 3 white men were ever charged and none were convicted. Number 5, Thibodaux, Louisiana. The Thibodaux liquidation, a dark and pivotal event in American history, unfolded in the sleepy town of Thibodaux, Louisiana, in November 1887. This tragic incident was the culmination of a long, simmering labor dispute between African-American sugarcane workers and white planters, set against the backdrop of the post-Reconstruction era's racial tensions. In the late 19th century, Louisiana's sugar industry was booming, with Thibodaux at its epicenter. Thousands of African-American workers toiled in the fields, often under grueling conditions and for meager wages. As the Knights of Labor and the Louisiana Sugarcane League began organizing workers, demands for better pay, working conditions, and union recognition grew louder. On November 1st, 1887, approximately 10,000 workers went on strike, refusing to return to the fields until their demands were met. The strike's leaders, including prominent African-American activists, called for peaceful protest and negotiation. However, local white planters and law enforcement saw the strike as a threat to their power and profits. The situation escalated on November 2nd, when white vigilantes, including local law enforcement and sugar planters, attacked striking workers in their homes. Clashes erupted, and violence spread throughout Thibodaux. Over the next few days, white mobs rampaged through the town, killing an estimated number of 30 to 60 African Americans, although some reports put the death toll higher. The violence was brutal and indiscriminate, with workers, their families, and even bystanders targeted. Many were shot, beaten, or lynched, their bodies left in the streets or dumped in the bayou. Most homes were burnt. The local jail was filled with hundreds of African Americans, arrested and imprisoned without charges, forced to sign contracts agreeing to work for lower wages. Mary P. Terrell, a prominent African American activist, investigated the massacre and advocated for justice. She documented the atrocities and pushed for accountability, but her efforts were met with resistance and silence. Louisiana Governor Samuel Douglas McHenry failed to intervene, allowing the violence to escalate. His inaction emboldened the perpetrators and sent a chilling message that such brutality would be tolerated. In the aftermath, investigations were limited and inconclusive, with no convictions for the perpetrators. The Thibodaux annihilation remained largely unreported or distorted by contemporary accounts. Today, the Thibodaux massacre stands as one of the deadliest incidents of racial violence in U.S. history, a stark reminder of the brutal suppression of African American labor activism during the Jim Crow era. The legacy of this tragedy continues to reverberate, a call to remember and confront the dark corners of America's past. Number 6, Wilmington, North Carolina. The Wilmington, North Carolina annihilation was a tale of politics, power, and racial hatred that culminated in one of the most devastating incidents of racial violence in American history. It began with the rise of the Fusion Party, a coalition of Republicans and populists who sought to challenge the Democratic Party's stranglehold on North Carolina politics. In 1898, the Fusion Party swept the municipal elections in Wilmington, North Carolina's largest city, electing a biracial government. This victory was seen as a threat by the Democratic Party and the city's white elite, who feared the loss of their power and privilege. A campaign of intimidation and disinformation was launched, with Democratic leaders and newspapers whipping up racial tensions and spreading false rumors of African American aggression. The situation escalated when a white newspaper editor, Josephus Daniels, published an inflammatory editorial that sparked outrage among African Americans. On November 10, 1898, a group of African American leaders attempted to respond to Daniels' editorial, but their meeting was disrupted by a white mob. The violence quickly spread, with white rioters attacking African American homes, businesses, and citizens. The Wilmington Light Infantry and the North Carolina Naval Reserves were called in, but instead of restoring order, they joined the white mobs, killing and driving out African American residents.
Hey, like I said earlier, the media has always been used as a weapon against us to push their propaganda, to push their hate. Shout out Jackie Brown. I see you out there. Much love and respect to you and the family, Jackie Brown. A dude. Much love and respect to you and the family. I appreciate all y'all support. But like they just said, a reporter did a negative story, and that was the reason for the mob. You know, we bring it out that it's a negative story that brought out the mob. like I said, the media has always been used as a weapon against us. But let's go.
Estimates suggest that between about 300 African Americans were killed and thousands more were forced to flee the city. The aftermath was just as shocking. The biracial government was overthrown, and many African American leaders were forced into exile. The Democratic Party reasserted its control, and the city's African American population was left to pick up the pieces. For all the violent moments in United States history, the mob's gruesome attack was unique. It was the only coup d'etat ever to take place on American soil.
And this is, how they like to say we started out as a Republican Party and all of this good stuff. You know what I mean? And the Democrats, basically was used as a weapon against us. You know what I mean? Just mind blowing. Shout out to Monty Gator. Let's get back to the video.
Lost in the fire that destroyed the daily record were the lives of Black citizens and the spirit of a thriving Black community, and also the most promising effort in the South to build racial solidarity. Number 7, St. Louis, Missouri. On July 3rd, 1917, continuing violence raged in East St. Louis, Illinois, as white mobs attacked Black residents and destroyed their homes and other properties. The primary outbreak of violence began on July 2nd, 1917, when white residents of East St. Louis and other nearby communities ambushed African American workers as they left factories during a shift change. The National Guard was called in to suppress the violence, but they were ordered not to shoot at white rioters. Some troops reportedly joined the mobs targeting the Black community. A quick throwback into the year 1916 and 1917. Thousands of Blacks made a massive exodus from the rural South to East St. Louis in search of industrial work. White residents, along with the city's political leaders, attempted to discourage Black migration.
Yeah, I heard that,
and prohibited
right?
railroads from transporting.
They were encouraged not to shoot at the white residents. Y'all heard that, right? Let's go.
Black people to the region. When these attempts failed, white residents would begin using violence to intimidate, expel, and destroy the African American population.
Hey, shout out
July
my
2nd through
Yamas
July
in the
5th,
house. Make sure you
1917,
my sister
estimates
Yamas.
showed that as many as 200
Big
African
love,
Americans were shot, hanged, beaten to death, and others burnt alive after being.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours a
The riots had caused more than $400,000 in property damage. More than half of East St. Louis's African American population fled the city, while 105 people were indicted on charges related to the riot. Only 20 members of the white mob received prison sentences for their roles in perpetrating the extreme violence and killings. Number 8, Omaha, Nebraska. The Omaha race riot of 1919 was a devastating event that wiped out the city's thriving Black neighborhood, known as the Near North Side. The riot was sparked by a false accusation of assault against a Black man, Will Brown.
My brother humbled up. Good seeing you as always. A pleasure, my brother. Flat motherfucking power. Much love to you and the family. Humbled up. Yamison, Monty Gator, Manny, Jackie Brown. Appreciate all of y'all. Let's go.
A white woman, Agnes Williams.
That's the third.
This incident was the catalyst for a long simmering.
That's number 3. The third white woman that was used as a weapon against our people. Let's listen.
Cauldron of white racism and resentment towards the Black community. For years, white Omahans had been resentful of the growing economic and social success of the Black community. They saw the Near North Side as a thriving hub of Black culture and entrepreneurship, with successful businesses, churches, and homes. This perceived success was a threat to the white status quo.
And like I said in the beginning of the movie, right? It seemed like we were always thriving. We were doing good. Jealousy and envy. You know what I mean? Now, let me ask y'all this question. Do it seem like a slave came off a boat, was able to do all of this? Or was we reclassified into the slave, into the nigger, into the colored, into the Black? I say we were reclassified. How the people on this boat came here on a boat was able to do all of this You see what I'm saying? If we came off a slave ship, how was we able to accomplish all of what we've been accomplishing? These 10 stories that I'm showing y'all. We were already here. We were always here in America before Christopher Columbus came. And I got more evidence to show. You know what I mean? That we were reclassified in here. We wasn't brought here on no boat. Them evil ass people would have never let us, if we came here on a boat, would have never let us get into that position. We were already in that position. And they wanted to take it away. They envied us, jealous. We had thriving communities. Let's go.
Fueling feelings of jealousy and anger. On September 28, 1919, a white mob, estimated to be around 4,000 strong, descended upon the near north side, determined to destroy the black community. They burned homes, businesses.
Oh, to shout out my brother Clay Gray. Much love and respect to you and the family, Clay Gray. I seen you out there doing your thing fishing, man. Made me want to go fishing, Clay Gray. What's good, brother? That was a nice setup you had out there, too, with the 3 or 4 poles. Shout out to Clay Gray. Appreciate your support, man. I seen you out there doing the fishing, brother. I made sure I shared your live, brother, doing this thing out there fishing. Shout out to Clay Gray. Let's go.
And churches, leaving nothing but smoldering ruins in their wake. The mob attacked black residents, beating and shooting anyone who stood in their way. The riot lasted for 2 days, with the police and authorities doing little to stop the violence. When the dust settled, the near north side was in ruins. Over 1,000 black residents had been displaced, their homes and livelihoods destroyed. The once thriving neighborhood was now a desolate wasteland, a testament to the destructive power of white racism. The Omaha race riot was not just a random act of violence.
Mouthpiece. Make sure y'all sub up to everybody channels, man. Clay Gray, Mouthpiece, JJ, Tony, Katrina, Shamel, D'Allen, even if they don't have a Jackie Brown, even if they don't have a channel, still sub up to them. Show them support. That's how we support each other. So yeah, sub up to everybody. Monty Gator, Mouthpiece, JJ. That's how we do over here, man. Free promotion, man. Y'all want me to promote something? Free promotion, man. Trying to grow the platform. Trying to grow all our platforms, not just mine. While mine grow, I want all of y'all to grow too. Because my channel growing slowly, but it's growing. And I appreciate all of y'all support. Always. It's always respect. If I'm having a bad day, I'm not going to log on. And I'm not going to take it out on you. Never. Let's go.
Violence. It was a deliberate attempt to erase the black community from the city's landscape. It was a manifestation of the deep-seated racial prejudices that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. The riot was a stark reminder of the long history of white racism and violence against black people in America, a history that continues to have devastating consequences to this day. Number 9, Chicago, Illinois. The summer of 1919 was hot and tense in Chicago's South Side. Racial tensions had been building for months, with white and black residents competing for jobs, housing, and space. On July 27, 1919, a group of white men threw rocks at Eugene Williams, a 17-year-old black teenager, for accidentally crossing an unofficial segregation line at the 29th Street beach. Williams tried to swim away, but was struck again and drowned. The news of Williams' death spread quickly through the black community, and residents gathered at the beach, demanding justice. However, instead of arresting the white men involved, a white police officer, Daniel Callahan, arrested a black man, James Crawford, who had tried to help Williams. This sparked outrage and anger among black residents, who felt that the police were protecting the white attackers. Over the next few days, skirmishes broke out between white and black groups, with rock throwing and fistfights. The violence escalated, with white mobs attacking black residents and businesses. Black residents fought back, leading to clashes between the two groups. The Chicago Police Department struggled to contain the violence, with some officers joining in the attacks on black residents. As the violence spread, the Illinois National Guard was deployed to quell the rioting. However, their presence did little to stop the violence, and white mobs continued to attack black residents. Reports of lynching and shootings filled the newspapers, and the city teetered on the brink of chaos. It wasn't until July 31st, 1919, that the violence began to subside, with the National Guard maintaining a presence on the streets and a curfew in place. However, the damage had already been done. 38 people had been killed, 537 injured, and over 1,000 black people left homeless. The riot had destroyed over 100 black-owned businesses, leaving the community reeling. Number 10, Springfield, Illinois. On August 14, 1908, a white mob attacked Springfield, Illinois' black community, killing 6 to 12 people and injuring over 100. The violence began with a false accusation of rape against a black man, leading to a rampage of arson, beatings, and shootings. White rioters targeted black businesses and homes, destroying over 40 buildings. The mob's goal was to...
That's number 4 that was incited by a white woman. Like I said, you know, the main reason me doing this thing, man. Shout out my brother Healing Lights. Hopefully you and the family having a beautiful day, my brother Healing Lights. Much love and respect always. You already know it, my brother. I said that's 4 cases out of 10 where they used a white woman as a weapon against us. Let's go.
To intimidate and suppress the city's growing black population, which had been experiencing economic and social advancements. The massacre was a brutal display of white supremacy aimed at maintaining racial hierarchy and control in Springfield. Going forward, the gruesome liquidation of blacks in all 10 cities were brutal and devastating events that targeted just black communities, perpetuated by white supremacy and racial hatred. They resulted in the loss of countless lives, displacement, and destruction of property. These events were not isolated incidents, but rather part of a larger pattern of racial violence and terrorism that aimed to maintain white dominance and suppress black progress. The lack of accountability and justice for these atrocities is a painful reminder of the ongoing struggle for racial equality and justice in America. Remembering and learning from these dark chapters in history is crucial for building. That brings us to the end of yet another video.
Shout out my nigga Smoke Signals.
Thanks for joining us on this journey through the painful past of Black American families. We hope you found this episode informative and thought-provoking. Share your thoughts and opinions with us.
And that's, you know, what I wanted, you know, y'all to hear, man. Shout out to Enemies Public for bringing this out, man. You know, I mean, these people have always been targeting us. And some of us want to think because they're targeting the immigrants right now and the migrants that they ain't targeting us. But they are, because they always have. So soon as they finish targeting the migrants and the immigrants, they're back on targeting us. And like I said, I got a bunch of videos in my watch later list. But yeah, that was an excellent video right there. Let me see where I want to come at real quick. Let's see. Here we go. Let's go. Let's continue. And links in the chat.
Hi, everyone. Alina Haba asking you to do something very, very critical in this elections that we do
want to act like racists. They're acting like, you know, and family, don't get misunderstood. I know it's about classism too, rich versus poor. So I ain't putting it all on racism. I'm saying both of them has, you know, parts in it, but I see more racism than classism. But classism is a big, you know, rich versus poor is a big, you know, problem. Would fuse the racism. But let's go to this next video, because like I said, I could do this all night long with these racism videos here in America. And it's only targeted at one group of people, like my nigga Alabama say, the nigga. Let's go.
secretive unit to target political enemies, as they say. Put it up full mass. No surprise here. This is an update. The LA Sheriff's secretive unit targeted political enemies. Oversight Commission alleges ex-sheriff's secretive unit targeted political enemies. 2 former members of the ex-sheriff secretive unit, Alex Villanueva, had a special unit testify to the Civilian Oversight Commission on Friday, exposing details that led to the commission's chair to conclude that, quote, we must be sure this will never happen again. Sergeant Max
Hey, shout out my brother,
Hernandez,
Jose Malik OG.
Mark Lillian
Much
Field
love and respect
spoke
to you
for
and
almost
the
5
family
hours about
always, brother. I appreciate your support. Hopefully you and the family having a beautiful day. Make sure y'all sub up to everybody. Sub up to my brother, Malik OG, Rose Malik OG, Smoke Signals. Got the hottest channel on YouTube right now. One of the hottest channels, man. Make sure y'all sub up to everybody, man. Let's go. And the link's in the chat if anybody want to come up.
the Civil Rights and Public Integrity Detail, which was created under former sheriff of LA and has since been disbanded. Well, what did this secretive unit do?
And
as the Los Angeles Times reported, the new unit drew controversy for targeting some of the ex-sheriffs perceived political enemies, including former LA County Supervisor Sheila Cole, Inspector General Max Huntsman, and a Times reporter. We have video featuring one of the journalists who alleges she was targeted. Here it is.
The LA County Sheriff's Department started monitoring me after I wrote the history of deputy gangs. That's according to about 800 pages of emails they had to give me after I sued them for those records. That included direction to monitor my social media accounts, a crime report identifying me as a suspicious person, and my information being sent to the department unit responsible for monitoring license plates. This also wasn't limited to me. Several accounts that promoted my work online were also marked for monitoring. LASD created a 29-page dossier on at least one activist who promoted my work, which included he and his family and his roommates' social security numbers, home addresses, and personal phone numbers.
We reported on that particular scenario with the journalist when it first happened. Now we have more of the story, but I said then, this is bigger than just one journalist. Obviously, this is a coordinated orchestration of corruption, violation of civil rights and privacy, done by way of a governmental entity. There's more. In total, however, there were about 55 to 60 cases on which the unit worked, though the public never heard about a handful of the most prominent incidents. Commission Chair Robert Bonner noted that there was a reason those were the only well-known cases for the McCarthy-esque unit. It was set up to intimidate the critics of the then sheriff. He said, "We must be sure this will never happen again." Before Friday's hearing, the sheriff took to social media and posted on X, "So the LA County COC wants to hold a special hearing and subpoena members of my public corruption unit when they should subpoena AG Rob Bonta and ask him why he lied about the mountain of evidence in the peace over violence case. This is a whole new level of lawfare." Okay, now here's the thing. You see, the sheriff didn't say he didn't do it. Okay, you got to understand the pivot here, because a lot of people will say, well, what is he talking? No. We'll get to that. We'll get to it. Promise you, we'll get to it. But we're talking about you right now. See, he's not denying it. He's just saying he's going to bring others down with him. Good for you all. Happy to hear it. All you got to go. All right. Wise and thoughts here.
You know, growing up in New York, Dr. Richie, I used to think that like it was basically impossible for any police department anywhere to be as corrupt and menacing and just borderline frothing at the mouth, out of control
Like
as the worst.
That's why I
of
don't.
the NYPD.
You know,
Not to say all of these cats are
the
like
cops.
that, but the worst of
You
them.
know, I say fuck the police because they always been used as a weapon against our people, always targeting our people. And they were put there to exactly do that. Finish this video. I'm gonna let you tap in, Jackie. Much love and respect to you on the family.
And
I think it's like 1 minute.
Pretty scary stuff. Then I moved to Los Angeles, man. And between the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD itself, like, you know, and you guys have covered this at TYT. Years ago, it was uncovered that they had their own internal gangs.
That's right.
Okay, like literally gangs within the police department. And that's before we get into this type of intimidation and harassment, you know, lack of accountability for when people do actual crimes within the department. And I'm convinced that LAPD and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are worse in terms of its corruption and abuse of power than NYPD. And this is just the latest case of that.
Wow. Obviously, more will come. We're going to update it as it does.
Corruption from coast to coast, from New York to California. Corrupt police. Wow. What's good, Jackie? Much love.
Did you know that there's a specific 2,000 year?
I'm about to find another quick video. You got it, sister. You can tap in.
Peace and love, Big Dog Philly.
Peace and love.
Peace and love to the family too. To the chat.
Much love to you and the family.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it, Big Dog. I don't know if you know it, but I'm about to get ready. I told you my boy made his decision and he getting ready to go out. But I wanted to tap in because this is a subject that I can speak on. I never will talk about what I don't know, but what I do know. And I want to ask my family to not hate me, but to look at what I'm saying and conversate with me, debunk me if I'm wrong, because I don't come here to be a teacher. I come here to build, and I'm always willing to learn. But now it look like it's a Karen behind all this BS. I say that all the time, and I hope I don't sound racist. I'm sure it do. But I always say one thing that's worse than a pale man is a pale woman. And I want to just say this, though, because they like to talk about this class system, that this what we experience is just a rich and a poor thing. Even if it was that, it would not be a rich and poor fight for us. They have already decided that we ought to be poor and to be labeled a slave, and that be your inheritance and your history, is that you are an African slave, and there's no intentions for you to ever have wealth. And they brought that with them, that intention with them when they came. I don't know how much. I know a lot of us don't know their history. They too busy trying to find out our history using their material. But if you look at their history, you will know that in Europe, they were starving. It is famine. They were the grossest of the gross. The Slavs was the original slaves, and they had no compassion for life, no respect for life. Matter of fact, it seemed like the more heinous and horrific a crime could be, the more gory it was, the more it's glorified. And we can think about that in today when we see all of these scary movies, all these horror movies that we could never make. We don't have the mind to have these kind of ideas, these thoughts, okay? To be so gruesome, so demonic, so sadistic, gouge out somebody's eyes, hang them from a tree, cut their private parts off. And I want to tell you one thing. I want the history of crime in this whole world. And even in the penitentiaries, look at these people, they horrific crimes that they've done. A lot of time when these horrific crimes is done, somebody is jealous. Okay? Somebody hates somebody. And hate, a lot of times, stem from jealousy. So I want us to know, I like that AP had on today, he had on frequency. Today he had a show on music, bringing frequency and changing DNA. DNA in the music, DNA in frequency, DNA that can make music and give you a feel. I want y'all to think about that. That was a good point he made. And I want to say that you don't know a straight lice hair person, suffer base skin person who can catch a beat, who got rhythm, who can dance. Okay. And in my opinion, from the research, it shows because they have no compassion. They, even according to what Babs brought today, they are soulless. The difference in between the James Brown song and the folk music he played is it was one was balanced and gave you inspiration. One was off balance and confused and full of confusion and didn't move you in a positive way.
One sound like a Star Trek movie scene. I'm gonna give it right back to you, and the other would sound like how can I put it? Like a rhythmly beat, the James Brown one. But the other first one, the one he played white people drum, that would sound like a Star Trek movie. But go ahead, Jackie, you go in there and take your time, sister. And shout out my brother.
So when I bring this information, it's not a hatred point of view, and it certainly is not racist, because the definition of racist is what Big Dog Philly is playing. The ability to harm somebody's lifestyle, way of living, okay, achieving goals. That's racism. To beat this boy up and showing his life because he walked across that you call a line that he wasn't supposed to cross, knowing God doggone me well in their hearts that they are not the original. They have no land, no language, no religion. They have absolutely nothing. And they, besides thanking us for showing them harmony, for showing them civilization, for giving them a bath and saving some of these diseases they was dying for, all they can think is to hate us. You know, I think about that. I think about when I was on and that Karen was on the show with me, and all she could say, because of the information I was bringing, is I am jealous of her. Did you hear her say that I was jealous? I was trying to get her to break that down to let me know what do she mean coming from her point of view. You know what I'm saying? But I know my people don't want to hear this because they want to be in bed with these people. They want to love them. They already breed with them and had babies by them. And somebody say, this couldn't be our people. This wouldn't be our people selling out, doing these heinous things for these people. Yes, baby, it's our people. You are right. It started with our people. It's ending with our people. And this racism and supremacy is going to go on as long as we have Boule members, long as we have sellouts. You know what I'm saying? And long as y'all is afraid and going along to get along with these people that's done showed you that they don't give a damn about themselves or our community.
What's good, Loomis? What you got to say, man?
What's can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. No echo either. Good.
All right. Well, the thing I'm noticing is, like, when you were playing that video, you know, you have to take into account the type of people that were doing this, because, like, okay, because, like, say for example, okay, you and I wouldn't use the N word the same way, so I have to think of a different word, but. Okay, you know how, like, you got regular black people, and then you have ghetto black people. I think most people would agree that ghetto black people is a problem.
You have regular Spanish, then you have ghetto Spanish. You got regular white.
Yes,
you got
all races have this.
So it ain't,
all races have this.
Just our race. Because, Loomis, you try to act like you ain't prejudiced, but you are, man. And you show.
Well, you're not even. Well, you're not even letting me finish my point.
I'm the host of the show. I can cut it any time.
Oh, okay, but okay. I mean, it's sounding like something I wasn't saying now, though.
But you got it. You can finish your point. But I'm just letting you know what I see in you and how I feel about you. You know, to being honest. I don't even know why you're here. I don't know why you even here.
I have a problem.
You know, it seems like you come on Brother Sanchez channel, try to debunk the flat earth and everything we saying. You come on Smoke channel, try to call us, say we from Africa and we Africans. Just you seem like the racist person to me. So why are you
Really?
here? It ain't like you like me or rock with my information. Why are you here?
I'm surprised by the things you say.
That is not a mistake. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Lucas.
Okay, so so you have, and again, all races have this, including mine. You have regular black people, and then you have ghetto black people. Would you agree that ghetto black people's a problem?
No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't agree.
Really?
No.
Why?
No, but now you asked the question. Let me ask you one. Every
Just
question
because
you
you're
ask us,
trying
we
to put
gonna
it
ask
on
you
one group of people, if you would have said all the groups of people was a problem, I might have kind of agree, but not just picking us out. But like my other thing, I got you, Jay. Who you post one? Like I see you on the channel. Like I said, you say that we ain't from America, that we from Africans. Do you think all black people are from Africa?
No. Oh well,
Okay.
Hold on. All black people are from Africa. Like all black people in the world.
In America.
Okay. Hold on, wait a minute. We're gonna go completely off topic right now, though. Do you want to go that way, or do you want to stick with what we were talking about?
We're talking about racism in America, and you thinking that all black people. Do you think that all creation came from Africa, or do you think just black people?
The human race comes out of Africa.
So you're African, right?
Yes. If you want to go back far enough.
People are African, right?
Yes, the human race comes out of Africa.
But all white people, and most people don't even claim it. They only push it on us, sir. And that's how I know that you're indoctrinated, and you believe everything that they wrote and say. You're just showing how indoctrinated you is. But you got it.
By believing that the human race originated out of Africa?
Yes, sir. But you got it.
That's indoctrination. That you read that.
But you can ask me a question, Jackie. I just don't understand why you even come to this channel, because you ain't with us. You know what I mean? You're basically trying to debunk what we saying, and you don't have enough common sense to even do that. So I don't know why you even come to my channel, Smoke Signal channel, Bruh Sanchez. You believe that the earth is a ball, is spinning. You believe all that information, Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
But you got it. Let Jackie ask you the question. I just wonder why
I just want to first answer his question. Yes, because you think that all people come from out of Africa. You think that everybody here on the earth came out of one continent, out of all of these land masses on earth. That's indoctrination, whether you know it or not, because you wouldn't have no other way to believe that except that you just believe it because somebody can put that inside of you. Okay? Now, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Are you aware of the history of Europeans, that they were, that the Slavs were the first slaves? Are you aware of that?
Oh, slavery has existed since humans.
That's a yes or no question. Are you aware that the people that came here were slaves? The white people were slaves, and they were Slavs from their country. That's a yes or no question.
To the United States, I'm not sure about that.
Okay, but you are sure that all people came out of Africa, but you're not sure that the slaves that came here to America first was white people. Are you aware that white people don't have a rhythm and can't catch a beat and can't dance? Are you aware of that?
That's a stereotype.
You know any that can dance? No, that's not stereotype. Well, show us one. You whip out one. You white. You got the whole. All y'all
I'm
people.
Latino.
So show us one that can dance. Show us one with rhythm.
You want me to bring up a video?
Yeah.
I'm not going to waste my time doing that.
You can get organized. Is it a big person? Yeah, tell us the name. Who is it? We'll look them up ourselves. Who is it?
Look for people dancing. Okay.
Okay, thank you. You can't name one. That's what I'm going to take as. You can't name one.
I don't know.
Because you know.
Look up Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake can't dance. Neither can Eminem. Or rap.
Okay.
They can't rap
who
either.
Can?
That's what I'm telling you. None of y'all can because y'all don't have a history of having compassion. Are you aware of the abortions methods in Europe? Were you aware of the abortion method? Well, I don't even know if we can call it
the abortion what? I heard the abortion something in Europe. I don't know what she was asking.
Are you aware of Jungle Boy story?
Jungle Boy
Hello?
story.
Are you aware of the Jungle Boy story? Yeah, the Jungle Book.
I've never.
You never heard that?
The cartoon? The Jungle Book?
The
cartoon? Yeah,
Are you aware of it?
The
What
Disney
is it
movie?
about?
Yes.
What is it about?
Oh my God! It was a little kid
Is
who
it
was raised in the jungle
about a
by
mother
wild
giving
animals.
her child to a wolf? Is it about a mother giving her child to a wolf?
You know what?
Is it about
I don't
a wolf
really know, 'cause
raising a child?
It was so long ago.
Is it about a wolf raising a child in the jungle?
I don't know. I can't
Oh,
remember.
you don't know. Okay, yeah, you don't have
It's
no business
cartoon.
over here. You need to go learn white history. Okay, go
Well, you're
ahead.
talking about a cartoon.
What are you here to add to the conversation, or what are you here to do?
I was hoping, but I don't know what she was. I don't know where she was going.
I'm playing another video.
Well, let me tell you where I'm going real quick. Where I'm going is y'all have a history. Europeans, so-called white people, have a history of what they call infanticide. They throw their babies away. They throw their babies in the path and leave them out to dry or leave them for the wild animals to attack. And that's where the story Jungle Boy came from. It came from somebody putting their baby out to be killed by a wolf or to die from natural elements, the sun, from starving to death. Are you aware of that happening in Europe? All right,
I'm
you're
not
not.
aware of
That's
that
where
happening
the
in
famous
Europe.
story came from, and I mentioned that to mention to you to go get the history about straight, lace hair, suffer-based people who have no history of compassion and love, but study war and love violence. Go ahead.
Hello, I like your hair. That was that your daughter? I like her hair. It looked pretty.
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Yeah, that hair. I like your hair. It looks good.
Mm-hmm. So you're here to, here to build with us and not here to, try to throw shots. Because I see you throwing a lot of shots, Loomis. Like I said, I see you.
Well, I am here because.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I am here because I disagree with you. Like, if I wouldn't come here, like if I agreed with you, I wouldn't come here and just be like, "Hey, man, I agree with you." Like that'd be a waste of time. It's when you say something I disagree with that I'm compelled to come in, and then hopefully we can have a dialogue.
So, what compelled you to come in today?
Leonard
Robinson, what's good, brother?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Now I was speaking to someone. What made you come today? Besides, add to the conversation.
Well, when you were playing that video, like it, a lot of the things you were saying were like it sounded to me like you weren't understanding the whole picture. Based on because how you were saying, see, man, they've always been out after us. They're always coming out. They're always trying to get us, and like you're missing.
Sir, do you know the history of America towards
Of course I do.
black people or towards colored people or towards niggas? Do you know the history of America? You act like I'm lying. Or you don't just know history. Or you might
I
know
wouldn't say you're
world
lying.
history and not American history. That's what I think it is. You learn world history and you really don't know about what happened here in America. And you really don't care.
Of course I care. I'm an American. See, the thing is, I think you have a misunderstanding of what happened. Or at least you're presenting it. Like, you're presenting it in a way that you're making it sound like something it's not.
So basically, like I said, I'm showing the video, but I'm going by my life experience of what I asked. I asked you the question, did you experience racism in America? You said yes. And that's what I'm talking about. Racism in America. So I'm going to show you another video, right? Like I said, I got plenty of them in my library. Let's go.
Okay.
Got plenty of them. You know, and people try to act
Eve
like
Online is
you know, fabric
live with the unrelenting
way the
activity.
story was treated. You try.
Jesus.
I was concerned this would happen. Put it up. Karens are evolving. The agility and speed of this new Karen is able to outrun local airport police and TSA agents. This is a troubling discovery. This is another Karen in the wild, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, nobody shot her. This is another superpower of the new evolved. Actually, Karen's always had that ability. All right. Well, I don't know what to say, man. But the way she was able to fake out all of the police and the TSA agents.
Hey, shout out my brother, Master
It looked
Green.
like something I would have seen
Karen's are
at a
evolved.
Dallas Cowboy game.
It looks like she's done it before. Perhaps she was an Olympic hurdler.
Much love and respect to you and the family, Master Green. That was a good one that they said. He brought that right back out. Let's go.
Right.
You know, high school, she might have ran the hurdles. First of all, I noticed that they was at the Delta situation. I was like, oh, not my airline. Lord, I didn't know we allowed these kinds of people to fly with us, man. But, you know, like I said, people losing their minds, man, at the airport is so crazy to me because do they not know the no-fly list is coming to a doorstep near you? Like, you will be banned from flying, dude.
People took that
like,
jab
and you will have to take the bus or the Amtrak for years to come. This is craziness, dude. Like, the idea that you would ever cause a scene or, like, get out of line or, God forbid, commit a crime, like assault one of these workers at the airport and risk getting on that list is just, it's unhinged behavior.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be one of those, I should have thought that one out for years to come.
Indisputable is still the fastest growing news show in America compared to CNN, Fox News, and 30 other networks. We tell the truth on Indisputable because the truth is indisputable. We go places that other news media outlets refuse to go when there were human rights abuses happening.
Let's go to this one right here. Like I said, I got plenty of them.
And so what was the point of that
one? I'd like to ask him what racism have he faced in America? What racism have Luna faced?
Because of streaming, even with...
Well, I'm sorry, what was that question?
Black male is being...
I'd like to know what kind of racism have you been against in America? What racism have you faced personally you?
I mean, nothing crazy, but just, general prejudice, based on how I look, someone,
No, we don't know. That's like
wasn't
asking.
comfortable
Can you
around
be
me or
detailed?
something. I'm sorry?
Somebody wasn't comfortable around you makes that a racist act? Okay, yeah, no. See, that's what we saying. You don't relate to us. You don't understand us. That's why you shouldn't be here.
Okay,
We've had real
are you
racism.
talking about getting, like, beat up? Is that what you're talking about?
We talking about all these videos that he's showing that's racist. Have any of these things happened to you?
I'm about to show another one. Hold your thought, Loomis. Hold your
Go
thought.
ahead.
About to show another one. Let's go.
Only time followed by a group of white people in a community. Very scary thing here. Check it out.
What's good, OTK? I can't hear you. Let me pause. Got it. What you wanted to say, OTK? Much love to you and the family, brother.
Much love, OTK.
Hey, salute to you, so Sister Jackie Brown. What's going on, Lobos? I say, shit, the only time we lose, the motherfucker had to gang up on us. Some shit will bring a goddamn weapon that was beyond our control. That's the only time you see us losing. Shit. And we ain't lose. Because we still here. No, you say to fight for another day, goddammit. We still here.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Let me go back to the video.
What's going on, buddy?
Nigga, bro.
Black man harassed, followed by mob, white neighbors, and killed. Shout out to you. Let us know.
You're visiting a friend, that's fine. Just let us know. If you get neighbors concerns, you're walking around my house. I'm not walking around. Hold on, Steve. You've been past my house 4 times. I don't know you. I've never seen you before, and you're walking past my house over and over again. So if you live here or you have a friend you're visiting here, that's fine. I'm not in front of your house. You're actually following me.
You went up the wrong place. We just asked me a question. You live out here?
I'm part of the neighborhood.
You're part of the neighborhood? Does that mean you live here?
2024. This shit happens.
It's simple.
Like, bro, what?
All right, put up the picture full mask. I got the background. Give some insight. According to the details in the video, this incident occurred in Sarasota, Florida. Allegedly, the mother of the man being followed posted the video writing, TikTok, I really need some help. What you see here is my child being racially profiled and followed by 4 grown men because he was walking around our neighborhood. I guess we look like we don't belong in an upscale neighborhood, but here is a little backstory. The morning aftermath of Hurricane Milton, my son wanted to walk the neighborhood to talk to his girlfriend on his phone because we didn't have power. So his service was bad in the house. This is what he had to deal with. She continued, even after telling these men he lives here, they were not satisfied with his answer and continued to harass him. This was not a 1-minute altercation. My son was followed for over 10 minutes dealing with this. I am so happy he recorded every moment and thankful my child is still here. But I need to know, how is it okay? I do not want to live in a community that does not welcome me and my children because
Loomis, I'm gonna go back to the video
of our skin.
You said I
when pressed,
misinterpreted what I heard after this video, because that was the first video. The 10 cities in America, because that's the video you have a problem with what I said. But what I said was factual about what happened, and there ain't no way you could twist it and turn it around and try to make like it never fucking happened, because it's written in history of all the crimes that have happened in America to a certain group of people that we want to act like never happened or it didn't happen and ain't still happening. But, I just paused it for that. Go ahead, Jackie, you got it. I'm going to bring that first video up because that's the one. It's called...
Innocent people.
It's called, where is it at? It's called, where is it at? and that's the one of prosperous black cities.
So what do you think of
Destroyed
this
by
video
what?
you just played? What do you think of that one?
Basically, I think there's some racist white people trying to, if his mom didn't step up or step in, they probably would have tried to kill him or hang him. The same thing with the Audrey Teller. This is basically the same thing as Audrey that was jogging in the neighborhood and they shot him. Same thing. What do you think?
Innocent people, people who done absolutely nothing to anybody, don't deserve to be killed, harassed, bothered in any way. These are innocent people. They did nothing to nobody, and they are the original people that were here. And these foreigners came here and tried to steal the land, steal the culture, and now they want to tell us we can't walk in our own neighborhoods where our people live. Lumas in your neighborhood, are y'all knocking people down when black people come over there? Is it black people walking up and down your street?
No.
Because it's white people walking up and down my street, and we don't do anything to them. Matter of fact, most of our crackheads done got off crack. They got jobs, and now they take prescription drugs. You know who is the crackheads in my neighborhood? White people.
Who?
And nobody bother them. You know what we do? We embrace them, help them.
And I wanted you to answer because you asked me, what do you see in this video? Because you asked me, and I told you what I see.
Yeah, well, you said that you wouldn't be surprised if they would have killed him or hung him. You said that, right?
Uh-huh. Or shot him.
Or
have
shot
you ever
him,
heard
right?
Audrey Teller? What happened to him in Georgia?
Yeah, I'm talking about this video, though.
Okay. I'm talking about, you didn't see them harassing that man in his own neighborhood? A group of white people?
And you don't think, well, okay.
Go ahead.
Well, look.
Get your question now.
That situation right there, I've been in that situation, okay? Where at night, I was walking up and down my street looking for my cat, okay? In the middle of the night. So I've got a flashlight. I'm looking under cars. I'm looking down driveways, okay? And sure enough, someone passing by stops their car, says, "Hey man, what are you doing?" Right? Now I don't know what answer that kid gave, because he was just like, "Hey man, leave me alone, whatever." When that happened to me, I answered. I said, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm looking for my cat." "Your cat? Where do you live?" I'm like, "I live right. See that blue house? That's my house right there." "Yeah, I'm looking for my cat. It's a little orange cat, so that's why I'm going up and down." "Oh, yeah, okay, because I haven't seen you around here before." This guy's rightfully suspicious. "I haven't seen you here before." "Oh, no, man, that's my house right there." I gave him my name. Hey, my name's so-and-so, just looking for my cat. "Okay. All right, okay." And then he left. A cop has stopped me for that exact same thing. I'd be walking down the street late at night. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you're saying all of this is judged off of somebody's perspective? Pretty much? That's you saying, Lobos? Because that's what this sounds like. That's what this sounds like to me. Like anybody can just walk up on you and ask you what you doing. You don't got the right to ask me what I'm doing in my neighborhood. What the fuck is you doing?
But let's get back to the video.
In 51 years of my life, only people I know ask somebody in the hood, "What you doing?" is gangsters looking for other gangsters to jump or some shit like that. Regular people don't stop nobody on the street and ask them what they doing and do you live here. It's a goddamn lie. Go ahead.
You already know. You
I'm
already know.
More details by commenters. The mother replied, quote, "So let me make myself very clear.
Yeah,
a few things. Number one, this is my child. He is a teenager. He is still my child. Two, he lives in this neighborhood. He effing belongs. Three, these people are trying to spin the narrative by saying he approached some woman and tried to enter her garage. None of this is true.
Wow.
He spoke to a woman in passing. Wow. He was on the sidewalk. When he returned from walking around the block, her husband and way more people were standing outside waiting on him to return. That is when my son decided to pull out his phone because he felt unsafe. And how many people were outside questioning him on who he was and why he was there. She continued, people are telling me to call the police. At the end of this video, you will see that one of their friends, not sure if he was off duty, but an officer pulled up in his cruiser. Once he realized that he was being recorded, he admitted seeing my son walking around the neighborhood and not posing a threat. I just want to sit
we're gonna go to your video
people that continue to want to listen to BS. She'll continue. Once upon a time, there was a black man whose name was Emmett Till.
Play the other video last.
The woman that did this
Loomis was walking the streets with all that long hair and his fat ass. Maybe they thought he was prostituting, because that's what they do. They come over here in our hood and go secretly prostitute.
What happens to these black men that are no longer here? They are being preyed upon by mobs of people. They call their police friends to come and
shout out to America
once they have them in a helpless position. These men
sorry to hear
are unalived and can't tell their side of the story. So once again, here I am making awareness that racism still.
Much love and respect. She said her 14-year-old daughter had an old white lady see her walking, and she would start yelling at her and call the police. And that's what I'm talking about, America is. It's just bringing awareness. Much love and respect to you and the family. But yeah,
peace and love, bitch. Go ahead.
Exist this very day. There should be repercussions to this type of behavior so that it will stop. We deserve to have a nice life too. We deserve to be here and live just as comfortable as anyone else that's not black. We deserve our lives. End quote. Once again, this is akin to what? Where your freedom papers? Where your freedom papers? What right do you have? Well, it's called the Constitution. You have the right of assembly. You have the right of movement, interstate movement, as well as the constitutional right. You have the right to be. You have the right to walk around communities. You have a right to be black. And they decided to engage this individual in a mob-like fashion, involve the police, who once he noticed he was being recorded, decided to act prim and proper and say he's posing no threat. Okay. Well, why are you here then? Why'd you even come? Why'd you stop by? Right. Thankfully, this individual is alive, is doing well. Definitely understandable. He wants to walk outside.
Like I said earlier, these Karens have been weaponizing the police against us in the neighborhoods while walking, while driving, while talking. They always weaponize us. Get back to the video real quick.
I'd get better reception. They have gone through a significant crisis in that community in Florida because of the storms. And now the mother in the neighborhood she lives in and her son lives in, she has to post this on TikTok to bring awareness to it. I'm glad she did, because it at least exposes the individuals for what they did. Maybe, perhaps, it provides a reflection, an opportunity for correction. And if it does not, at least now the friends and family and co-workers are aware of who they are, because there are some things that the judicial system will not be effective in handling. So we are the court of public opinion. We have some leverage here when the judicial system is obviously not equipped to do so. Wise thoughts here, man.
I just wonder where, just being a neighbor comes in at a certain point, right? You see somebody you don't know walking on your neighborhood or your block, you just say hello. Hey, what's up? What's going on? How are you? Having a good day? Whatever. It's just a quick communication of acknowledgement of like, all right, man, you're a human being. I'm a human being. I don't know who you are. Let's just say hi to each other And that could be the interaction. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know what's funny, man? This kid lives in the neighborhood. I happen to live in Los Angeles, where we do actually have a big homeless problem. Everybody knows that. Where, you know, honestly, and I'm not making myself to be some great person or a good Samaritan, but anytime I see somebody, whether they look like they're from my neighborhood or not, or they're in some level of distress, I say hello. Hey, what's up? Yep. How are you, man? You doing good? All right, cool. You know, and sometimes that person might ask me for $1. Sometimes that person might just be like, hey, what's up? But you just say hi to everybody, no matter who they are, just to acknowledge some level of humanity, man, some common cause here. And so just the idea that these guys couldn't just say hi to this dude, this young person at that, like you're a grown person and you can't just say what up to a young person because you feel like, whoa, my neighborhood doesn't have these kinds of people in it. It's nuts. And you literally, Dr. Richie, took the words right out of my mouth. This was Freedom Papers. This was show me your papers, man. I need to see your papers. Do you belong here? Do you have a right to exist here? Because if not, even though I'm not a cop, I'm not the authorities, I'm not the government. I feel like I have a right to ask you, you know, about your eligibility to walk on a goddamn public neighborhood street. So, you know, this stuff's been happening since way back.
Yeah, and there's this resurgence,
way back,
especially in places like Florida, Texas. If you look at the stories that we cover as it relates to these incidents, you see them in more high, they're high density inside of those particular states, and there's a reason.
And shout out Undisputed for, you know, continuously bringing this. We're going to switch over to the video my brother OTK gave me, but I got plenty more, you know, videos to prove that racism still in effect. You know, and like I said, no, not basically saying, you know, because a lot of people, and like I said, a lot of people in the community is saying, you know, they ain't talking about us in different videos. They talking about the migrants. They're talking about the immigrants. But I just try to remind them the history of America, and they always talking about us, even when they ain't talking about us. You know, so just because they talking about the migrants and the immigrants that's here. So as soon as they get off the migrants and the immigrants, they're gonna be back on the Karens and the Toms doing what they always do on us. But yeah, do any of y'all want to say anything before I go to the next video?
Yeah, I ain't never watched this neither, big dog. But since you did the racial,
I just want to say again about the class system that a lot of people want to follow and say that it's just a class system. Again, it's not true because nobody can pull up one Caucasian person who is a Caucasoid and show that they've been classified as black because of their economic system. This class system war that they got, and it is one rich versus the poor. That's a white on white crime. We just been victims. They already got their mind. We're gonna be slaves. We're gonna be African slaves. That's what they got this plan for us Aboriginal Americans. Go ahead.
I'm gonna play some more of this video I played first. Just some of it. Talk about the prosperous black city, invisibly destroyed. I'm gonna play some more of that. Just to rekindle. And I'm gonna play the other.
Wait a minute. I think I'm having the idea now. Such ever-readied white generational barbaric outbursts against a simple people captured, shipped off, enslaved, and then even upon being emancipated.
Their stories off. We were brought here on a boat, but that's a lie. You know, we've been reclassified here in America. There's no way, you know, this corporation would ever let a slave get that much power. You know what I mean? So let's get back to this stuff.
Faced with the severest hate and segregation, could only undoubtedly have been the outcome of serious generational indoctrination, an indoctrination of hate, where even the cruel death or brutal murder of the hated is seen as victory or some grand accomplishment. And for
No,
what?
I mean, I gotta talk about it. Some of our people try to act like it ain't happening. You know, America changed this, colors and the way it is. No. 2024, same thing as 1910, as 1801, as goddamn 1700. Same thing.
I agree.
And this is I'm gonna put the link to this in the chat if anybody want it. I think it's the 10 black cities that was destroyed in America. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat if anybody want it. But let's play that.
What, of course, could be more irrational, dim, and barbaric in the world?
They came on the first day of January and they did not stop burning and shooting and hanging and lynching until January the 7th.
June 1st, 1921 was the day Tulsa's Greenwood district, known as the Black Wall Street, was left in ashes.
Play that video,
in a span of 24 hours, the wealthiest black community in America was reduced to rubble. The Tulsa Massacre was a brutal reminder of the deadly consequences of racial hatred and economic envy. As the smoke cleared, the true extent of the devastation became clear. 35 city blocks destroyed, over 1,200 homes reduced to ash, and an estimated number of 300 lives lost.
What's the big deal about Tulsa? What makes Tulsa significant than any other city? Well, you've come to a place where not only a terrorist attack occurred, but that terrorist attack, there was no justice that followed that terrorist attack.
The survivors would pick up whatever piece was left of their lives forever changed by the trauma of that day, says Ruth Avery, a survivor of the Tulsa Massacre.
I never thought I'd see the day when my community would be destroyed. It was like the world was coming to an end.
The Tulsa Massacre was a tipping point in American history, exposing the dark underbelly of racism and oppression that continues to haunt us today. But Tulsa was not an isolated incident. From Rosewood to Elaine and so many other cities, the pattern of racial violence and destruction repeated itself. Tulsa was just the beginning. Across America, so many thriving black cities and towns were targeted, destroyed, and erased from history. Their stories silenced, their legacies lost, until now. The destruction of black cities and towns was a result of systemic racism, white supremacy, and economic envy. There were quite a number of these towns then, over 50 black cities and towns, blooming with all kinds of development and amenities for the hardworking black Americans who were living in them and endeavoring all they can to keep their communities habitable. These communities were thriving independently with successful businesses, schools, and cultural institutions. But the success of these cities was a threat. Instead of emulating from the good works they had noticed going on in these black towns, white Americans resorted to doing just what they're known to do best: destruction, chaos, and death. In those days, violence, intimidation, and forced displacement were the weapons used by white communities to maintain marginalization and racial control on blacks by every means. What it feels like to be black was nothing short of unearthly pain for our black ancestors in that era. However, before we go forward, kindly consider subscribing if you are yet to. Hit the thumb button in front of you and share with friends and families to keep spreading consciousness. Your support means a lot to us. Now let us dive into the events of this dark history of the thriving black cities that were destroyed by whites, starting with 1. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood District.
I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see black men being shot, black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot.
During an emotional testimony on Capitol Hill on Wednesday, Fletcher, who is now 107, recalls her memories of the two-day massacre that left hundreds of black people dead. In the early 1900s, Greenwood was a beacon of black excellence, with over 300 businesses, including banks, hotels, and newspapers. Tulsa, Oklahoma, was founded in 1882, and by the early 1900s, it had become a thriving oil town. Greenwood was a self-sufficient community with its own schools, hospitals, and newspapers. It was a place where Black people could thrive, free from the racial tensions of the time. But as Tulsa grew, so did racial tensions. The white residents had become increasingly resentful of Greenwood's success, although segregation laws had enforced separation between Black and white communities.
And this is the map I want to show. I found it. So give me a couple minutes real quick. I want to show this map right here. And I'm going to pin that up later. You know, this is the map, you know, of the, like I say, this video is showing 10 of them. And it's a part 2 that's coming out. But this is basically, you know, the massacres that they're talking about.
Those are reported massacres, and it's well over.
There's no way. Yes, ma'am. And there's no way that
there's no
a slave that got off the boat could get that power and that much land. I'm gonna give it right to you, Jackie. We were already here, and we were reclassified. You got it.
And you got a video of 10. You got this map showing well over 10. So we know that it was well more even than that. This is just what's recorded. This is what somebody took down on paper. And they're not even mentioning the over 100 cities that are turned into lakes.
Lakes, yes, ma'am.
And they come around here and put up some Hollywood come along. They come along and every movie you see, every comedy you see is them want to put black and white and laugh at all these racial jokes. Oh, ha, ha, ha. He, black people like this, white people like that. He, ha, ha, ha. And now they done got chummy chum and forgot about what these people been putting them through, laughing in their face and kicking them they drawers up in their ass behind the back. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. And like I said, I'm not doing this to I'm just the put hate towards anyone. I'm just bringing awareness to my people that this shit been happening and it's still happening. But yeah, I just want to show.
Am I bringing hate when I say that? Am I bringing hate?
No, ma'am. I'm talking about myself, Jackie. No,
okay, because I'm trying to work on my etiquette. I'm not racist. I'm a researcher.
I always say that. You know what I mean? Anytime I do anything like this, I always say that just for me.
Yeah, and they said, "Oh, they got upset because they saw them thriving." Well, what's another word for that upset they felt because we was thriving? Would it be jealousy? Same shit the white woman want to put on me. We jealous. What I have to be jealous of you for? I could never be you. I have no desires to be what you and your people are. Now, whether she is or not, I'm talking universal, and it's not racist. This is facts. Like I said, I don't know. I'm glad Babs bought that video today about the frequency of music and how they're using that against us. Got us cooning and goddamn buffooning. Go ahead.
Yeah, and people, you know, like I said, I'm not an angry person. You know, this is passion. I love my people, and people want to, you know, minimize the damage that they done. Because they was even having a conversation on Cuddy channel, you know, about black people being in power. And I'm going to say this. Yes, it's black people in power, but we ain't the only ones in power, and we ain't controlling shit. Because that's what they trying to say. That black people is controlling and doing this to their own. I don't put it past us. But I look at the United Nations. It's all of them working together. So I ain't just putting it on black people. I'm putting it on, you know, racism as a whole and what they stand on. But you got it.
Okay. Well, it's two different things. Whether if black people might be in office don't mean that they in charge. or that they running, or maybe because they in charge don't mean they running. There we go. Just because they in running don't mean they in charge.
The government is ran like a military. Orders come from the bottom, from the top to the bottom, not from the bottom to the top. So the mayor ain't telling the governor or the vice president, the president to do anything. The president is telling them orders. And that's all I wanted to say. I modded you up, Jesus Can. Too much love, flat motherfucking power. But let me know if y'all can hear this video, because I want to keep this image up while I'm playing this video too. Let me know if put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear that video. I'm gonna mute up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna play the video. Not to bring it up later. I put the link to this video.
So he had to use the bathroom at the top. Getting there required taking the elevators.
And they got a
And the
part.
19-year-old shoe shiner stepped into the elevator. On getting there, he met 17-year-old Sarah Page, a white lady who was working as the elevator operator. The chance encounter between the two individuals sparked a chain of events that would change the city forever. According to Page, Roland grabbed at her arm and attempted to kiss her, prompting her to push him away. The elevator interfered, but Roland's version of events told a different story. He claimed to have simply tripped and stumbled into the elevator, denying any wrongdoing. As the news of the incident spread like wildfire, the white community seized upon Page's account, fueling racial tensions and outrage. The media sensationalized the story, portraying Roland as a criminal and Page as a victim. Some witnesses reported hearing Page scream and seeing Roland flee the scene, while others whispered that the encounter was consensual. The truth, however, remained elusive, lost in the chaos and destruction that followed. Knowing definitely well that the event might make him the target of an angry white mob, Roland fled to his mother's house in Greenwood for refuge. Unfortunately, the police located and arrested him. In no time, rumors that...
Hey, Smoke, you going live later, brother? What time you going live later tonight, Smoke? You going live later? Put a 1 in the chat if you're going live. And what time?
Roland will be lynched began spreading like wildfire. And by 7:30 p.m. on that same day, hundreds of residents were gathered outside the courthouse. At exactly 8:30 p.m., 3 men entered into the courthouse demanding that Roland be handed over to them. But McCullough, the newly elected local sheriff, sternly refused and sent the 3 men out. By 9:30 p.m., the crowd had swelled into thousands, and the sheriffs vastly outnumbered. It was about this time that a group of 50 to 60 armed black citizens arrived at the courthouse in order to support the sheriffs. And again, the sheriffs turned down their offer. Sadly, their arrival had prompted many of the white citizens to head home for their guns. At 10 p.m., a second group of black armed men arrived to support the sheriffs as well. But again, they were turned down. As they were leaving the courthouse, a white man approached one of the black armed men, calling him a racial slur, and at the same time trying to take his gun, thereby sparking an altercation. In an instant, the situation escalated. A single gunshot pierced the air, and chaos erupted. Panic and violence spread like wildfire, unleashing a maelstrom of gunfire, shouts, and screams. Both sides began to fire, and the small group of black citizens was outnumbered 20-1. As a reason, this group of black citizens were forced to retreat towards their neighborhood, Greenwood, in an attempt to escape the violence and find safety. Unluckily, the gunfight followed them the whole way, thereby leading to massive killings of innocent black citizens. Calling the incident a Negro uprising, the local police deputized over 500 men, many of whom were members of the lynched mob. These new deputies were instructed to arm themselves and shoot any black they met on the street. The violence spread throughout Tulsa's black neighborhood, Greenwood, with white mobs attacking homes, businesses, and churches. White pilots flew planes overhead, dropping incendiary bombs and shooting at black residents. Greenwood was destroyed, with the entire city blocks reduced to ashes, leaving thousands of black residents homeless and displaced. Greenwood was left in ruins. The Oklahoma National Guard was deployed to restore order, but not before the devastation was complete. Over the next 24 hours, the mob destroyed 35 city blocks, burned over 1,200 homes. Although official reports at the time glossed over the carnage, claiming only 36 lives lost, 26 blacks, 10 whites. But the Red Cross, witnessing the devastation firsthand, estimated a staggering 300 fatalities. The NAACP, fighting for justice, believed the true number lay between 150 to 200.
They lied just like
in the end, it didn't matter what really happened in that elevator. The damage was done. The seeds of hatred and violence that had been sown, and the city of Tulsa would never be the same again. The violence was not merely a reaction to the elevator incident, but a manifestation of long-held racial hatred and fear, fueled by systemic oppression and discrimination. The Tulsa race riot still remains one of the darkest chapters in American history. 2. Rosewood, Florida.
The town of Rosewood was a small, predominantly black community not too far from Gainesville. It was destroyed at the hands of an angry, racist mob. All that's left, their descendants who continue to tell their stories.
It was almost like this picture perfect place.
On January 5th, 1923, a mob of over 200 white men attacked the black community in Rosewood, Florida, killing over 30 black women, men, and children, burning the town to the ground, and forcing all survivors.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from home? I'm on a mission to recover $10 million within the next 12 months to American patriots.
Racism. That's racism.
To flee Rosewood. This is what went down. On January 1st, 1923, in Sumner, Florida, a young married white woman named Fannie Taylor claimed she had been assaulted by Jesse Hunter, a black man who had escaped a prison chain gang. Though there was no evidence against Mr. Hunter, local white men launched a manhunt in Rosewood, a nearby town of about 200 black people. On January 2nd, a mob of white men kidnapped, tortured, and lynched Sam Carter, a black craftsman from Rosewood, on the suspicion that he had helped Jesse Hunter escape. White mobs would continue to terrorize Rosewood searching for Mr. Hunter, and black residents would arm themselves in defense. Late on the night of January 4th, a white posse fired into the home of black Rosewood resident Sylvester Carrier, whom they suspected of harboring Mr. Hunter, and killed an elderly woman. A gunfight between Carrier and the mob would last into the early morning, killing people on both sides. Outraged that black residents had fought back, the posse left the scene to regroup and returned with more men. On January 5th, a mob of between 200 to 300 white men attacked Rosewood, killing an estimated 30 to 40 black men, women, and children on sight, and burning the town to the ground. Most black residents would later flee into the woods, while others fled by train to Gainesville, Florida, never to return. Survivors later recounted that Fannie Taylor had made false accusations against Jesse Hunter to conceal her extramarital affair with a white man. Number 3, Washington, D.C.
And they still burnt that shit.
In the sweltering summer of 1919, Washington, D.C. was a city on edge. The Great War had ended, but the fight for equality and justice had only just begun. African-American soldiers, fresh from battling for democracy abroad, returned home to find themselves denied the same rights and respect they had fought for. Tensions simmered, fueled by housing shortages, job competition, and the ever-present specter of racial prejudice. The city streets were a powder keg.
But that's how they do the videos. They redo the videos and change the wording, because we wasn't, like I said, we wasn't called African Americans back then. We were called colored or black. But let's go.
For a spark to ignite the flames of violence. That spark came on July 20, 1919, when a white woman accused a black man of assault. White men, many in the armed forces, responded to the rumored arrest of a black man for the rape of a white woman, with 4 days of mob violence against black individuals and businesses. They rioted randomly, beating black people on the street and pulling others off streetcars for attacks. When the police refused to intervene, the black population fought back. The violence raged on for days, Sounds of gunfire, screams, and shattering glass filled the air as the city teetered on the brink of chaos. In the end, the riots left deep scars on the city and its...
Go ahead, Jackie. You can say it. I'm here. Listen.
I'm just saying that they said the police refused to intervene when this one dude done went and got 300 other people to come back with him. Now, where you go get all these people and say, let's go and kill up all these folk? And all of them say, yeah, let's go. See, immigration is not our problem. Legal racism is. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's wild how the police wouldn't even intervene. That's what, like I said, that's why I say I don't rock with the police. I don't get involved. I'm, against the police force. But let's go.
people. The death toll mounted with at least 15 lives lost and over 150 injured, with property damage of over $100,000 to $200,000, approximately $1.5 million to $3 million in today's dollars. This left the streets littered with the remnants of shattered lives and broken dreams. Number 4, Colfax, Louisiana. On April 13, 1873, a white militia attacked the town of Colfax, Louisiana, killing an estimated 60 to 150 black residents. The violence was sparked by a disputed gubernatorial election, with white Democrats seeking to overthrow the newly elected Republican government. The militia, mostly ex-Confederates, targeted the town's black majority, who had been exercising their newfound voting rights. The attackers used cannons, guns, and fire to destroy the town, killing many black residents, including women and children. Some were shot while trying to surrender, while others were burned alive in their homes. Despite the fact that the Colfax decimation made national headlines at the time, the incident was quickly forgotten. In 1921, local officials erected a memorial to the 3 white militia members who died. The inscription on the memorial calls the white militia members heroes who died fighting for white supremacy. To a large extent, these actions show that they had complete disregard for the value of the black lives lost.
Y'all hear
The
that shit,
Colfax
right? They
massacre
gave
was a
them a
brutal example of racial terror.
Let me rewind that shit back.
Majority, who had been exercising their newfound voting rights. The attackers used cannons, guns, and fire to destroy the town, killing many black residents, including women and children.
See, and that's why a lot of people are saying, it ain't gonna be another election. That this same thing is gonna happen again, and I doubt it. It's gonna be an election, But that's the propaganda that's being pushed. But let's finish.
Some were shot while trying to surrender, while others were burned alive in their homes. Despite the fact that the Colfax decimation made national headlines at the time, the incident was quickly forgotten. In 1921, local officials erected a memorial to the 3 white militia members who died. The inscription on the memorial calls the white militia members heroes who died fighting for white supremacy. To a large extent, these actions show that they had complete disregard for the value of the black lives lost. The Colfax massacre was a brutal example of racial terrorism, aimed at suppressing black political power and maintaining white supremacy in Louisiana. The event marked the end of Reconstruction in the state and led to the rise of Jim Crow laws. Only 3 white men were ever charged, and none were convicted. Number 5, Thibodaux, Louisiana. The Thibodaux liquidation, a dark and pivotal event in American history, unfolded in the sleepy town of Thibodaux, Louisiana, in November 1887. This tragic incident was the culmination of a long simmering labor dispute between African-American sugarcane workers and white planters, set against the backdrop of the post-Reconstruction era's racial tensions. In the late 19th century, Louisiana's sugar industry was booming, with Thibodaux at its epicenter. Thousands of African-American workers toiled in the fields, often under grueling conditions and for meager wages. As the Knights of Labor and the Louisiana Sugarcane League began organizing workers, demands for better pay, working conditions, and union recognition grew louder. On November 1st, 1887, approximately 10,000 workers went on strike, refusing to return to the fields until their demands were met. The strike's leaders, including prominent African American activists, called for peaceful protest and negotiation. However, local white planters and law enforcement saw the strike as a threat to their power and profits. The situation escalated on November 2nd, when white vigilantes, including local law enforcement and sugar planters, attacked striking workers in their homes. Clashes erupted, and violence spread throughout
law
Thibodeau.
enforcement.
Over the next few days, white mobs rampaged through the town, killing an estimated number of 30 to 60 African Americans, although some reports put the death toll higher. The violence was brutal and indiscriminate, with workers, their families, and even bystanders targeted. Many were shot, beaten, or lynched, their bodies left in the streets or dumped in the bayou. Most homes were burnt. The local jail was filled with hundreds of African Americans, arrested and imprisoned without charges, forced to sign contracts agreeing to work for lower wages. Mary P. Terrell, a prominent African American activist, investigated the massacre and advocated for justice. She documented the atrocities and pushed for accountability, but her efforts were met with resistance and silence. Louisiana Governor Samuel Douglas McHenry failed to intervene, allowing the violence to escalate. His inaction emboldened the perpetrators.
You want us to get filthy rich. I'm like blown away, so it does work.
And sent a chilling message that such brutality would be tolerated. In the aftermath, investigations were limited and inconclusive, with no convictions for the perpetrators. The Thibodeau annihilation remained largely unreported or distorted by contemporary accounts. Today, the Thibodeau massacre stands as one of the deadliest incidents of racial violence in U.S. history, a stark reminder of the brutal suppression of African American labor activism during the Jim Crow era. The legacy of this tragedy continues to reverberate, a call to remember and confront the dark corners of America's past. Number 6, Wilmington, North Carolina. The Wilmington, North Carolina annihilation was a tale of politics, power, and racial hatred that culminated in one of the most devastating incidents of racial violence in American history. It began with the rise of the Fusion Party, a coalition of Republicans and populists who sought to challenge the Democratic Party's stranglehold on North Carolina politics. In 1898, the Fusion Party swept the municipal elections in Wilmington, North Carolina's largest city, electing a biracial government. This victory was seen as a threat by the Democratic Party and the city's white elite, who feared the loss of their power and privilege. A campaign of intimidation and disinformation was launched, with Democratic leaders and newspapers whipping up racial tensions and spreading false rumors of African American aggression. The situation escalated when a white newspaper editor, Josephus Daniels, published an inflammatory editorial that sparked outrage among African Americans.
Like I said, the media
On November
has
10,
always been
1898, a group of African
along with the
American leaders
police.
attempted to respond to Daniels' editorial, but their meeting was disrupted by a white mob. The violence quickly spread, with white rioters attacking African American homes, businesses, and citizens. The Wilmington Light Infantry and the North Carolina Naval Reserves were called in, but instead of restoring order, they joined the white mobs, killing and driving out African American residents. Estimates suggest that between about 300 African Americans were killed.
Instead of doing the right thing and helping the people, they helped the white mob, the military, the National Guard.
Man, shout out to Wilmington, man, right outside Myrtle Beach, man. You know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's beach, that's water property. And you know what's crazy? And the same time in the 1800s, Charleston was being ran by all so-called African Americans, you know what I mean? At the same time. So Wilmington is I would say probably 3 hours. I would say 3 hours from Charleston. Straight through Myrtle Beach, straight into Wilmington. You got to make a turn off, but straight into Wilmington, or you can go straight into Fayetteville, which is where the military base is at now. So shout out to them, man. Dang.
Yeah, I was here. I'm here. I was just letting you get everything you wanted to say out, bro. We're gonna go back to the
And
video.
thousands more were
I'm
forced
gonna
to
play
flee the
your
city.
video.
The aftermath was
And
just as
we'll probably
shocking.
shut it
The
down.
biracial
Make sure
government
you
was
share it.
overthrown,
Wanna come
and
up?
many African American
Much
leaders
love,
were forced
respect.
into exile.
Hold on, he had a
The
question.
Democratic Party reasserted its control, and the city's African American.
He had a question real quick. My question is, where are the so-called Native Americans? Shout out to House of Nathan.
If you
That's an
find
excellent.
one, please,
They ain't in
please
the picture,
stand up.
exactly.
Will a Native American please stand up?
Yeah, where they at? Through none of the story, we ain't
Hey,
had nothing about the
hey,
Native
listen, big dog,
Americans.
and you notice
Big
it
fact,
say that
bro.
we was the Republican Party. You
I
notice it
mean,
said that? I'm just saying, you notice it said that.
yeah,
Like they
yeah, I
was like,
heard
well,
that.
damn, is voting gonna do
But
it? If voting gonna do it and all this shit right here, then fuck it. We the
see,
Republicans. 'Cause they was wealthy. They
see,
was
hold on,
straight.
TK.
They was
See, that's
prominent.
where. Hold on, brother. That's where there's uh mix up in history, because if you some people say we were voting back then, but if you look at it, we wasn't voting until 1969, 1970, when they added us in the 13th and 14th Amendment. So which one was it? Were we voting back then? Because I don't think the whole majority was voting. I think the 1 or 6% was voting, not the whole masses of us.
Well, I
So
think
is
in the
it that hold
1800s,
on, hold on, I'm
I
gonna give
think
it
they
right
was
to you.
voting.
Was it we were in charge of the Republican Party and we controlled, or did we get added in 1969 and 1970 in the 13th and 14th Amendment? So which one is the truth and which one is a lie? Or is both of them the truth and both
Well,
of them a lie?
one is state and one is federal.
I disagree, sir. I disagree.
One, you know what I mean? I'm
The
saying.
one I
I mean,
believe,
the
you
reason
know what I
what,
mean?
but hold on
We were
though.
added in. We wasn't allowed to vote before 1969,
I
1970 when they
believe,
added
I
us in
believe.
because of the racial tension. You got it.
Well, I believe that was a lie. How could we not be able to vote when you got black people in Congress out of South Carolina in the 1800s? 1800s, it was underneath Negro government. Now state. Now I ain't talking about the federal. I don't know about the federal level, but state. Now I think the federal thing is what came later. That came with Kennedy them. You know, like let the blacks being able to
That's it.
vote,
That's
and that's
different
when you see
stories in
us. That's
history,
when you.
brother.
That's when,
But
huh?
I can pull a video that said
Hold
we
on, hold
wasn't
on.
voting
All
back
right, but
then.
that's when we switched from being Republicans to going Democrats with the Kennedys. Because all and during this time, if you had a Democratic president, you had a Republican vice president at this time, also during these days, because you had the same faction backing them, who was also backed by the KKK. But that's we
If
can
you
get into
ask
that
me, that
later.
proves that both parties, Republican and Democrat, are working
Are the
together and
same
they ain't enemies.
now, yeah.
I'm talking about always. We want to, separate times. Like I said, we're gonna do more research because
Yeah,
you
we
saying
definitely.
which I done seen the same research. OTK. We had positions in 1700s, 1800s, mayors, governors, and all this stuff. But you can't say I'm making this up. Where they added us in the 13th and the 14th Amendment, we wasn't voting before then. So it ain't like
Yeah,
I'm making up a story. So which story is true?
no,
Is
you're
it hold on,
absolutely
brother,
true.
hold on. Either we started in 69, 70 when they added us in, or we had power back then. You got it. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
say I believe you. You know what I mean? But like I said, I believe the 1960 thing you're talking about with the amendments, that should be federal. That's all I'm saying. When we talking about voting, it could have been going on state wise. Because remember, each state was trying to get their right to
from
vote.
This story right here,
Mhm.
it seems like my story is 69, 70 when we was added in because, like I said earlier in the stream, we wasn't fighting for the right to vote. We was fighting for these motherfuckers to stop burning and lynching us. But they try to push that narrative in the education system. We were fighting for our rights. We were fighting to vote. They wouldn't let us vote. You see what I'm saying? That's the narrative that the corporation is pushing. So, like I said, they both, got way in. Well, we in power back then. From this video right here, it don't seem like we was fighting for our lives. We had control of our own towns, but we still was 10 atrocities. You see what I'm saying? But you got it.
Oh, you know me, man. I just go and found something. You know what I'm saying? You know what? That I was just reading over. Yeah.
Like I said, I got a video. I gotta find it, but it talked about only 6% of us was voting back then. It ain't like everybody was voting, and that we didn't get added into the 13th and 14th Amendment. You say that state and local shit or state and feds. It seemed like a divided history, but we're gonna go. Let's go. Finish looking at the video. There's only a couple minutes left. Now I'm gonna play yours.
Population
But let me know if
was
you
left to pick up the pieces. For all the violent moments in United States history, the mob's gruesome attack was unique. It was the only coup d'etat ever to take place on American soil. Lost in the fire that destroyed the daily record were the lives of Black citizens and the spirit of a thriving Black community, and also the most promising effort in the South to build racial solidarity. Number 7, St. Louis, Missouri. On July 3rd, 1917, continuing violence raged in East St. Louis, Illinois, as white mobs attacked Black residents and destroyed their homes and other properties. The primary outbreak of violence began on July 2nd, 1917, when white residents of East St. Louis and other nearby communities ambushed African American workers as they left factories during a shift change. The National Guard was called in to suppress the violence, but they were ordered not to shoot at white rioters. Some troops reportedly joined the mobs targeting the Black community. A quick throwback into the year 1916 and 1917. Thousands of Blacks made a massive exodus from the rural South to East St. Louis in search of industrial work. White residents, along with the city's political leaders, attempted to discourage Black migration and prohibited railroads from transporting Black people to the region. When these attempts failed, white residents would begin using violence to intimidate, expel, and destroy the African American population. From July 2nd through July 5th, 1917, estimates showed that as many as 200 African Americans were shot, hanged, beaten to death, and others burnt alive after being.
My husband discovered a kitchen habit that grow his stick up to 52%. Are you afraid your tiny buddy down there isn't long or thick enough for your lady? Don't worry.
Driven into burning buildings. The riots had caused more than $400,000 in property damage. More than
they
half
commercials
of St.
getting
Louis's
wilder and
African-American
wilder.
population fled the
Master
city,
Green, I see
while
you. Much respect, my
105 people
brother.
were indicted on charges related to the riot. Only 20 members of the white mob received prison sentences for their roles in perpetrating the extreme violence and killings. Number 8, Omaha, Nebraska. The Omaha race riot of 1919 was a devastating event that wiped out the city's thriving Black neighborhood, known as the Near North Side. The riot was sparked by a false accusation of assault against a Black man, Will Brown, by a white woman, Agnes Williams. This incident was the catalyst for a long simmering cauldron of white racism and resentment towards the Black community. For years, white Omahans had been resentful of the growing economic and social success of the Black community. They saw the Near North Side as a thriving hub of Black culture and entrepreneurship, with successful businesses, churches, and homes. This perceived success was a threat to the white status quo, fueling feelings of jealousy and anger. On September 28, 1919, a white mob, estimated to be around 4,000 strong, descended upon the near North Side, determined to destroy the Black community. They burned homes, businesses, and churches, leaving nothing but smoldering ruins in their wake. The mob attacked Black residents, beating and shooting anyone who stood in their way. The riot lasted for 2 days, with the police and authorities doing little to stop the violence. When the dust settled, the near North Side was in ruins. Over 1,000 Black residents had been displaced, their homes and livelihoods destroyed. The once thriving neighborhood was now a desolate wasteland, a testament to the destructive power of white racism. The Omaha race riot was not just a random act of violence, it was a deliberate attempt to erase the Black community from the city's landscape. It was a manifestation of the deep-seated racial prejudices that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. The riot was a stark reminder of the long history of white racism and violence against Black people in America, a history that continues to have devastating consequences to this day. Number 9, Chicago, Illinois. The summer of 1919 was hot and tense in Chicago's South Side. Racial tensions had been building for months, with white and Black residents competing for jobs, housing, and space. On July 27, 1919, a group of white men threw rocks at Eugene Williams, a 17-year-old Black teenager, for accidentally crossing an unofficial segregation line at the 29th Street beach. Williams tried to swim away, but was struck again and drowned. The news of Williams' death spread quickly through the Black community, and residents gathered at the beach, demanding justice. However, instead of arresting the white men involved, a white police officer, Daniel Callahan, arrested a Black man, James Crawford, who had tried to help Williams. This sparked outrage and anger among Black residents, who felt that the police were protecting the white attackers. Over the next few days, skirmishes broke out between white and Black groups, with rock throwing and fistfights. The violence escalated, with white mobs attacking Black residents and businesses. Black residents fought back, leading to clashes between the two groups. The Chicago Police Department struggled to contain the violence, with some officers joining in the attacks on Black residents. As the violence spread, the Illinois National Guard was deployed to quell the rioting. However, their presence did little to stop the violence, and white mobs continued to attack Black residents. Reports of lynching and shootings filled the newspapers, and the city teetered on the brink of chaos. It wasn't until July 31st, 1919, that the violence began to subside, with the National Guard maintaining a presence on the streets and a curfew in place. However, the damage had already been done. 38 people had been killed, 537 injured, and over 1,000 Black
Y'all should still be able to hear it. And that's what I'm showing on the screen, the massacre, all the massacres. There's only 10 of them. I wanted to put that up. Yeah, I just wanted to play that because that's the topic of tonight. And like I said, shout out to everybody in the house. Shout out my brother Brian, Flat Power Guys, sponsor. Appreciate all of y'all. All of y'all sponsor this. And like I said, I just wanted to show that because that's the topic. Racism in America. How they've been killing us. I'm gonna go to my brother I'm bring that back up. Go to my brother OTK video real quick. Was there a Pacific one you wanted me to play, or does it matter?
No, I just sent them to you because you was talking about the places, and I was like, damn, I had a lot. I was, going through a lot of those, but then when you was talking about the race thing too, I said, well, he probably will show this right here. I know he probably keep the massacres and the race riot stuff for later, man.
Yeah, I got you. Here we go. Shout out OTK. This is one of the ones he sent me.
Yeah, let's see what this is, man. This the only one I ain't see yet.
This one is called Attack on Black Liberation. Let me know if you may tap into it.
Oh, this the one. Oh, this the one when they bombed Philly.
Story 30 years before Black Lives Matter. A story of police violence in the US, confrontation, repression, destruction that got severely out of hand. It culminated on the 13th of May 1985 in Philadelphia when the police dropped explosives from a helicopter at a house in the middle of the city. Those inside were activists in a revolutionary movement called MOVE, which took root in the early 1970s. MOVE, founded by a certain Vincent Leopard, who changed his name to John Africa, the group's followers doing the same, all having the surname Africa. They were, and still are, mostly African Americans at the time, all living under one roof. Now, relations with their neighbours had been very strained, to the point where the police moved in to evict them. An armed standoff and firefight ensued, including the dropping of the explosives onto the house. 11 people inside, including children, killed. The resulting fire destroying more than 60 other surrounding homes. Well, since then, the story has disappeared into the history books. None of those responsible at the time brought to justice. So, more than 30 years later, correspondents have found new witnesses and spoken to those caught up in what happened. Well, Fanny Allard, Mathieu Mabin and Keteran Gorgestani revisit Philadelphia for France 24.
Yeah, I was there. I was
at 5:30 this morning. Warrants were to be served on the MOVE members. 20 minutes later, gunfire erupted.
Everybody's running into each other and just orders are being screamed. For the first 5 minutes, it was complete chaos.
People are starting to panic. They're starting to run. A policeman taking an armed position.
The artillery that they came out there with, that's the artillery of war. But they came at us with that, and we had not committed any crime at all.
The police shot so many bullets that they had to go up to another section of the city where the police gun range was to get more bullets.
So we have new videotape of the episode that apparently ended the MOVE situation tonight. The dropping of an incendiary device, 5:27 p.m. State police helicopter drops it. There is the explosion.
As I headed toward my friend's house, he was coming up the street as I was walking down. And he said, they dropped the bomb on MOVE. And my first reaction was disbelief. I said, no, they didn't.
The whole block looked like like we were in a war zone, It was terrible.
When they went to attack our family, May 13th, they made sure they had that bomb, and they made sure that the house burnt to the ground because they did not want one person to come out alive.
It was one of those days that you don't really like to relive. You don't wish, and you wish it never happens again. That's how everybody felt.
I think the reason the firemen didn't put the fire out, for the same reason the police didn't stop shooting. I think the police commissioner wanted to kill everybody in there.
The early 70s saw the rise of an organization known as MOVE, a revolutionary group led by John Africa, combining various ideologies, including anarchism, Black liberation, environmentalism, and animal rights.
And like I said, I experienced this. I wasn't in the neighborhood, but I heard about them. And that group didn't do nothing wrong. They wasn't, harassing the neighbors. You know what I mean? They just wanted to be left alone and basically live their life the way they was living. Off the grid, back to nature. But you got it, brother.
That's crazy, man. The damn helicopter, man. You know what I mean? The goddamn helicopter came and did it. That just lets you know they don't need no plane. They don't even need the helicopter no more. Shit, them
It's a
boys
black
use
mare,
the
Wilson
damn
Green.
drone.
Wilson Good, my bad. Go ahead, you got it.
Oh, what y'all say, bro? What was it?
A black mare did this. Wilson Good. He gave him the orders to bomb.
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Wilson Good. You can look it up.
Oh shit. I believe you. Shit. I believe you.
Yep. I think I was 65. This was, what year was this? 88. I was early 20s. But let's get back to the video.
Writes, Mike Africa Jr. is a child of MOVE. He was born 42 years ago behind these bars.
They're going demonize.
Right now we're at House of Correction. This is the jail that I was born in. Well, my mother was pregnant at a time when the police raided our house and they arrested my parents and they put them in jail while she was pregnant. I came back to this jail maybe 2 or 3 years ago to see it. And it looked very familiar, even though I had never been here that I remembered.
In August of 1978, MOVE engaged in a standoff after then Mayor Frank Rizzo ordered the group to be removed from their communal home. Residents refused to leave, leading to a confrontation with the police. One police officer died, shot in the head. All 9 members of the group were blamed for that death. Among them, Mike Jr.'s parents.
How that cop died, people still don't know. Many people believe it was MOVE. Many people believe it was friendly fire. I don't know. But what I know is my parents spent 40 years in prison for something that they didn't do.
Dubbed the MOVE 9, they were all convicted of third-degree murder and sentenced for up to 100 years in prison. All maintained their innocence. Mike Jr.'s parents were eventually freed in 2018 after a long legal battle.
I've been working to get my parents out of prison since I was a teenager. At least 25, 27 years. Yeah, and you never give up, you know. As long as there's breath in their bodies, as long as there's breath in my body, then, you know, I got to keep on trying to get them out of there.
In the early 80s, MOVE relocated to a quiet, largely middle-class African-American residence on Osage Avenue. From there, they continued their fight for justice for the MOVE 9. Reporter Lynn Washington covered MOVE from the start. He remembers how the group protested day and night in the neighborhood.
They felt if they put enough pressure on their neighbors, then the neighbors in turn will put pressure on city officials, and then those city officials would effectuate the release of their 9 incarcerated members from the 1978 incident. On top of the house, there was a public address system. So MOVE would harangue their neighbors, you know, any hours of the day. I mean, Christmas in 1984, they did a harangue for 24 hours straight. Because MOVE was doing this, there was ancillary disruptions in that there were a lot of news media always around. There was a heavy police presence always around. There were onlookers. So it was just chaos on this particular block.
And all these people was doing was expressing
For months,
the same thing I'm doing. You know, talking about how the city and the government was doing people wrong, talk about the injustices of our people. That's the only thing they were doing. We're going to listen.
Neighbors repeatedly complained to the city about the group's behavior, to no avail.
If our government agencies who are paid by our tax dollars are unable to guarantee and enforce those rights for us, then we as citizens also have the right to do that ourselves.
On May 13th, 1985, Wilson Goode, Philadelphia's first African-American mayor, gave the order to deploy 500 officers to evict
What I said,
members. 13
let me
people were in the
rewind that
communal
back.
home on
Wilson
that fateful
Good. That's
day,
what I said. Because the other one, Rizzo was before him.
Complained to the city about the group's
Rizzo was
behavior.
before him. But Wilson Good, Rizzo started it and Wilson Good finished it. So let's
to
go
no
back.
avail.
If our government agencies who are paid by our tax dollars are unable to guarantee and enforce those rights for us, then we as citizens also have the right to do that ourselves.
On May 13th, 1985, Wilson Goode, Philadelphia's first African-American mayor, gave the order to deploy 500 officers to evict MOVE members. 13 people were in the communal home on that fateful day, including 6 children. The standoff lasted for hours before the police finally dropped a bomb on the house. The building went up in flames and the fire quickly spread to the whole block, destroying more than 60 houses and leaving hundreds homeless.
If there's anybody there standing there, it's obvious they couldn't survive that explosion.
Of the 13 MOVE members present that day, only 2 survived, a child and a woman, Ramona Africa, the only survivor still alive today. The 71-year-old still lives in Philadelphia with members of the Africa family. Janine and Jeanette Africa were part of the MOVE 9. They were in jail at the time of the bombing, but both lost a child in the attack.
We tried to come out of the house when we realized it was on fire. Out the back of the house, it was cops all around there, and they shot at us, to try to keep us from coming out. And that's why 11 people died in that house, was murdered in that house, and only 2 of us survived.
You know how we found out about our family being murdered? We were all in prison at the time, and we were in a restricted housing unit. That's where you're isolated. The officers that run the prison came to our cell door one by one, opened the door, said, "Sue, your son Tommaso is dead." Shut the door. Went down the line like that. Nobody from the city ever contacted us to say there was a bombing and your son was murdered. What do you want done with his remains? Nothing. To this day, I don't even know where my son's remains was supposed to be sent to or done with.
Ramona served 7 years in jail on rioting and conspiracy charges. In 1996, the city of Philadelphia paid her $500,000 in damages for pain and suffering. But despite 2 grand jury investigations and a civil suit, no one was ever criminally charged for the bombing.
They did not arrest anybody. None of the cops, none of the officials, nobody was ever held accountable, charged for murdering our family. And trust me, it is murder. It wasn't an accident.
The one thing that we found out, the firemen were told not to put the fire out. And no one was shooting at them like they was trying to claim. They just was ordered not to put the fire out.
36 years later, Philadelphia police have a very different take on the events. In this Police Veterans Association, everyone remembers MOVE. On the wall, a picture of their colleague killed during the 1978 confrontation. Charlie Esposito was on duty on May 13, 1985. He insists MOVE members were armed.
Trust me, they were shooting at the firemen. I don't have no reason to lie. It's 35 years later. There's no reason that I have to lie to you right now. It wouldn't mean anything either way. But I'm telling you, they were shooting at the firemen. And the fire's burning away and the firemen trying to get in there to put it out. So then the fire commissioner pulled his people back. He says, "I'm not going to have anybody shot. Well, just because they're trying to put the fire out."
Was the city right to bomb its own citizens? Was the show of force proportionate? Esposito is not sure.
Personally, I don't know. I might have thought a little bit longer about doing that. See, once they started shooting, it changed the whole atmosphere, the whole thing. But, you know, taking the fact there was a lot of children in there, it would have to be a dire situation for me to do that. I'm not saying they were wrong, because it was really getting out of hand. People were running around, people were being shot. So you just couldn't say, oh, let's wait a minute and we'll think it over. It was then, now, right then and there, you had to do what you had to do. As far as I'm concerned, they were wrong. They were wrong right from the beginning for what they did to the neighborhood.
Today, it's hard to imagine the extent of the destruction on Osage Avenue. This small sign is the only physical reminder of the tragedy. But residents like Tyree Johnson haven't forgotten. He already lived here in 1985 and saw the whole street go up in flames.
Every house from the very corner all the way down to 6252. And the only one that was standing, that looked intact, was 54. The whole neighborhood suffered.
The 61 houses that burned down were eventually rebuilt by the city, but were left largely empty for nearly 15 years, a sign of how much the neighborhood suffered in the aftermath of the bombing.
The neighbors blamed themselves for this whole thing. I mean, all they did was complain. And then, you know, what they had, all these kids dead. They had their buildings and their livelihoods disrupted. A whole, 3 rows of houses gone. A city government that just didn't know how to handle it. What are we here? About 35 years now, and it's still movies in the headlines and things like that. It's a problem that doesn't seem to be going away at all.
Today, MOVE lives on through people like Mike Africa Jr. From his studio in North Philadelphia, he hosts a weekly podcast.
On the Move is here to disrupt the system and spark a global revolutionary change. It changes what we need. In the words of John Africa, the power of truth is final.
It's important to remind people about the history of MOVE, to remind people that this happened so that you can prevent this from happening to other people. There needs to be things in place where the police can't just go drop a bomb on somebody. Are there any laws in place that protects that? And are the police going to follow that law? And if they don't follow that law, we need to delete qualified immunity from the book so that they can't be prosecuted for when they break that law, right? So there's steps that need to be taken, and it's a long walk.
Raised by other female members of the group, Mike Jr. embodies MOVE's new generation, fighting to make African-American voices heard and defend their rights.
We've never been able to get justice, never. And that's not just because we're MOVE people. We've never been able to get justice. We as Black people have never been able to get justice, not from this system. You can say that MOVE people were crazy, whatever you want to say, whatever type of derogatory thing, whatever type of true thing about MOVE people acting in some kind of ill-mannered behavior, right? But man, nothing justifies.
And I totally agree with that young man. We ain't never
A year
been able
ago,
to
the
get
Philadelphia City Council formally apologized for the bombing, acknowledging the immeasurable and enduring harm it caused and calling for an annual day of remembrance. But while the MOVE bombing lives on through Philadelphia residents, it remains largely forgotten in the national collective memory.
Fanny Allard, Mathieu Mabin and Ketavan Gorgistani, revisiting Philadelphia for France 24. Well, that's all from this week's edition. Don't forget, of course, you can catch it and the previous.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is. You can tap in. I'm gonna play another video. Go ahead. You got it, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, that damn, big dog. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find that. I'm pretty sure they got a documentary on the MOVE 9. If it ain't turned into a movie, they ain't got a little, you know what I mean? A little documentary like movie for that. You know what I mean? And if I find it, I damn sure gonna send it to you. You already know. Oh, this the one I sent you about the state voting. Yeah, so I didn't see nothing until like 1900s or something when they say they started letting South Carolina vote in the primary. So the primary would be on the federal level. So that's why I was saying, man, we had to been voting on the state level, or either we've been running the whole shit to where we didn't have to vote, like you said. You know, maybe it could have been. But I truly believe that it was places that didn't have to vote, and places that was in the 13 colonies. You know what I'm saying? They probably did have to vote. They had to vote. They had to vote. Shit, in order to elect presidents before 1776. Oh, you know what I mean? Because you had a president in the South and you had a president in the North at one time. Well, that's how they made it look or whatever like that. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna find that old video on on that voting thing. Let me give it a second. I'm gonna go to another video that you brought up.
Okay, okay. So that one on that race one. I sent you a bunch of them, dog. You done started me up, man. I can't wait till you do some more shows on the massacres like that, man. You know what I mean? That's why I sent you all them stuff. Cause shit, I'm gonna come and tap in with you, man. Just share it on my side.
Yeah, that one kind of long right there, 44 minutes. We don't got that much time. Let me see if
Oh,
I
the
can
one
work
with
the show.
the race.
But yeah, we're gonna do a part 2 to this OTK, and I'm gonna send you the link.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
see how
yeah.
long this one is. 16
Talk about
minutes.
the one
We're
with
gonna
the race identity one. That one's like 40 minutes. Okay, well I'll go through that and then I'll find key points and then we'll come back to that one.
It is something of a forgotten story. 30 years before
we
Black
just watched.
Lives Matter. Story of police violence in the US. Confrontation, repression,
Black Wild Indian, the real Black Wild Indian. What's happening? D. Allen Ward, JJ, the Enlightened One, Shamel Thomas. Peace and love, man. Please like, share, and subscribe to everybody channel. Damian Dixon, man. I mean, most hated
if
bronze
this guy
rap
is
power.
listed as white and this guy's not.
This one.
appreciate you shouting out the chat. You already know. Much love to everybody. We're gonna play this last video, and after this, we're gonna shut it down.
All right. Bad. American Isness,
What
Master
does
Green.
white mean? I think the beauty of a primary source is that you're not being told what to think. You're looking at it. You're looking at something that someone wrote or made or recorded, and whether it's and we have to sit with it. I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel where we talk about American identity and family stories. And I was browsing the 23andMe subreddit because I told you I just love hanging out over on the Ancestry DNA one, the 23andMe one, and the genealogy one, because I'm like, these are my people. Like these are the people who are in the middle of trying to reconnect to their family story or find out more about their ancestry or trying to put that family story in the context of American history or world history. And I love like kind of lurking. But someone posted something yesterday and I think I like audibly yelled out when I saw it. I was like, what? It was a newspaper clipping from the 1960s and it was kind of breaking down. I think it was like the 3 races. I'm going to jump over the screen view so we can do that. But before I do, I have a Patreon, which is basically a way for you and me to connect off of YouTube. And I would love to see you over there because I am thinking about the future of this channel. I just hit 100,000 subscribers, which to me means that there's a whole lot of us who are wanting to sit together and have a conversation about identity and American history and all of those things. But I don't want it to just be me talking. I want you to get a chance to share your family story. And I'm thinking about how to do that. And so I have some ideas for a big project up on the Patreon right now. So for all of the paid Patreons, if you haven't seen it, please go check it out and let me know your thoughts on this. I'm trying to work it out. All right, let's go over to the screen share. Okay, so here it is. It said world races already got locked, which means that the comments are probably getting out of control. And I want to share some of the comments because it's interesting to kind of see how people respond to stuff like this. So I want to show you this big. I just wanted to see if the original poster had anything. I think they just posted this image. All right, so I'll just make it bigger. Make myself smaller here. Okay, so I don't have any information on where this is. Let's see. Printed in Great Britain. Okay, so this is a British paper from the 1960. It says 1960 right here. That's cool to have that on there. So this is the races, and I think they have this out in case you want to cut it out and laminate it. All right, so they have 3 groups, and we're going to go through this. White or what? Caucasiform? I don't feel like I've ever heard that. I've heard like Caucasian group. Black or Negriform, and yellow or Mongoliform, which I've always heard if people are using this like Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. All right, so let's start with the white group. I was surprised by the white group. Maybe you'll be surprised by it too. So they have this guy here, Nordic race, and that included Scandinavians,
hey, shout out my brother, Dr.
Northern France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, bro. Great Britain.
Make sure everybody
this guy. He looks a little bit like Link from Zelda.
OTK,
and then the Alpine race, which had Central France, Switzerland, Northern Italy, Southern Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary. I was wondering if they were going to split Italy up. I tried not to look at this until we sat down together. The next one said Baltic race, Finland, Russia, Prussia, and Poland. And this fourth one here said Mediterranean race, but there's 2 Mediterranean races, and they broke it down into Europe and Arab. So the European one is Iberian Peninsula, so that's Spain, Portugal. Southern France, Italy, which I'm assuming they mean Southern Italy, because up here said Northern Italy, and Southwest Balkans. And so the other Mediterranean.
Big dog.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you liking this so far? It seems like she about to like fucking tell the truth or something. I mean, not tell the truth, but say what is real. Like she's not about to sugarcoat nothing, huh? Do it sound like that with you? You know how them shit start off like that, and then it be done flip something in the middle.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see what she say. Let's go.
Yeah, there be done flip something in the middle of them talking. Go ahead, bro.
And white race, they said, includes North Africa, Near and Middle East. So I think they may mean maybe Egypt. I'm not sure. Morocco for sure. Not sure like where Greece is. Maybe that comes up. Dinaric race is Eastern Alps, Balkans, and Asia Minor. Look how joyful he is. I just can't get over. I have a picture of my dad where he's making a face like this. And I don't know. It reminds me of that picture of my dad. Armenian race, people from the Caucasus region and Asia Minor. For some reason, this guy got a side profile. I thought that was really important for you to see. Indo-Iranian race. There are not this many races. Like, this is already weird, but let's roll with it still. Persia, Afghanistan, Western Himalayas, and then Ethiopic race, Ethiopian, and maybe Somalia, is saying, which is interesting that he's over here. And we're going to get to that. So let's jump over now to this Black or Negro group. They have Negro, Sudanian race.
Big dog, why is an Ethiopian with the white in the Caucasoid group? That's why she said, oh, this is crazy why he's over there. That was an Ethiopian. The very last one she just called out. She said that was an Ethiopian, and it's funny. Why is he inside the white or? I hope. That. I just want to make sure you had heard that too, and I wasn't tripping.
Got you. We're gonna replay.
Jump over now to this Black or Negroform group. They have Negro Sudanian race, Central and West Africa, south of the Sahara. I think sub-Sahara is a term. Some people are telling me it's like fallen out of favor to use. So let me know what you think about that, because I think they'll probably be using it.
Might
Here.
have
It's
went
1960.
forward, big dog.
Congolian race. I can't read that. My eyes are so bad, even though I have contacts on. I think it might have went Indo-Iranian race. There are not this many races. Like, this is already weird, but let's roll with it still. And this guy got a side profile. I thought that was really important for you to see. Indo-Iranian race. There are not this many races. Like, this is already weird, but let's roll with it still. Persia, Afghanistan, Western Himalayas, and then Ethiopic race, Ethiopian, and maybe Somalia, is saying, which is interesting that he's over here, and we're gonna get to that. So let's jump over now to this Black or Negroform group. They have Negro Sudanian race, Central and West Africa, south of the Sahara. I think sub-Sahara is a term. Some people are telling me it's like fallen out of favor to use. So let me know what you think about that, because I think they'll probably be using it here. It's 1960. Congolian race. I can't read that. My eyes are so bad, even though I have contacts on. I see it says Central Africa, especially the Congo. So it's like we're just putting all of those people in this group. Nilotic race, Sudan and Uganda. I'm curious why these are being separated almost by country. Zingian race, Bantu. I think I might say Ida, East and Southeast Africa. Pygmoid or Negrito. Negrito would mean like little black in Spanish. Congo, Southeast Asia, Oceanus, and Melanesian race, Southeast Asia, Melanesia. I'm wondering if they're trying to talk about maybe people from Samoa. I think Australiform group, Australia, Asia, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. South Africa. I'm gonna have to look that up. I didn't look at this before we sat down, because I really want to just sing with you in real time. All right, let's jump down to the yellow. And this goes back to a video I did maybe 1 or 2 videos ago, where someone was saying their ancestry test was not as diverse as they had hoped. And I was just kind of reiterating the thing I talk about all the time. I don't like the crayon colors. I'm not going to go after people for how they identify. You do whatever you want to do with your identity. You can say whatever you want. I'm not going to like comment on you specifically, but if someone wants to ask me, or as a historian, like the way I've seen these things change over time, and I feel like we are doing ourselves and our nation and our world a huge disservice by grouping people into white, black, red, brown, yellow. And when even just seeing yellow here, and look, they gave it like a yellow highlight bar. Did they do that up here? Pink bar. But this just feels like, I mean, like, I don't know. There's just something about it I don't love. So let's see what they have for this. I think it says Sinian race, China, Japan, Tungasian. I'm not sure what that is. West Siberia. This is Deutero-Malayan race, Southeast Asia, which is interesting because I feel like they're kind of just saying like all of this is like generally Asia. Oh, here's Polynesian. Polynesia race, Polynesia, Arctic Eskimo race, Greenland, Arctic Siberia, and America, and then American Indian race, North and South America. So I don't really see like indigenous, like maybe like people from Mexico, Guatemala. I don't think there is a second page to this. I think this is it. So let's go to the comments before we talk about this. Let me zoom back out. Okay. So this person, I like how they have one person aside from the Eskimo to represent all of North and South America. That's what I'm saying. Like the idea that you're going to just blend, a culture like maybe the Haudenosaunee from the New York, Canada area all the way down to, very deep into Mexico, and they're represented by like this one face is very strange to me. That's why I was trying to figure out. Maybe I misread this. This person said, as a Serb, I can confirm that the generic looks 100% as presented. This guy is literally generic man from 1920s Balkans. So this guy, He's saying this is a pretty good indication of what that group looks like. That's so funny. The white category be like, and it's very light blondes, getting darker, and then there's one black person in that, which again is kind of like, well, I'm trying to figure out how are they breaking this up. So here they're talking about that there are people who classify northern Ethiopians and Somalis as Caucasian. And this goes back to just kind of put this in the historical framework for the United States. This goes back to the court case, I think from, I want to say 1923, Bhagat Singh Thind. And he was a man who was from northern India, and he had served for the U.S. Army, I believe, but he wasn't a citizen, and he was trying to gain citizenship. And Justice Sutherland, who is an immigrant himself, but from England, had said that Bhagat Singh Thind, he agreed with him that he was Caucasian, but he said he was not white. He wasn't you wouldn't consider him white walking down the street. And why would he need to be white? If you're new to this channel, the reason is because you had to prove that you were either white or of African heritage to become a U.S. citizen after 1870. Before 1870, you had to be a free white man of good character to become a U.S. citizen. But it's very hard to figure out who is white when there are all these forks in the road of, well, you go down this way, then there's a dead end down here. So Bhagat Singh Thind tried to make the argument that he was one of the original Caucasians, but the justice said, well, you might be Caucasian, but you're not white. And so then there's this split there. I did a whole video on that. I can link to that below if you're interested. It's a super interesting court case. I'm wondering if that's something that's happening here, where they're saying, well, these people are Caucasian, and they're not calling them white. They're calling them Caucasian. I don't think it says white. Does it say white? Oh, it does say white. It's like, what does white mean? Again, I have no problem with white people. I have no problem with black people or brown or whatever you want to call yourself. But what does white mean if this guy is listed as white and this guy's not? What does white mean? Are we truly doing like a World War II era like skull measurement situation? Is that how we're doing this? No, that's not what's happening. People are judging things on face value, but this is 1960 England. So I don't know what was going on there. So let's scroll down a little bit. This one, the Baltic one, looks just like my grandma, who is a Ukrainian Lithuanian. I thought she looked like a babushka to me right here. And she had that little, like the little Q bonnet or bandana thing. This person said, this is wrong on so many levels. It reminds me of a picture chart at the Holocaust Museum that showed how I identify Jews, Africans, Romani, and others. Seriously, that's what I first thought of when I saw this. Makes me sad. This one, they managed to make them all ugly except the Nordic face. There's so many beautiful people from every race. I do think they made him look extra. Like he's got like the flowing hair, and yeah, I could definitely see that. This one, how did they decide Ethiopia is white? Skull face. This a pitiful lack of Slavic representation. I think that's the other
And
thing.
that's
Like
what
when we
you're
start
talking
making
about.
these
Let me
weird
pause
boxes,
it. About
and then we have to
Ethiopians
decide
being
what.
white and different African groups being
Yeah.
classified as whites.
Yeah, and check it. You heard what she had said a little bit before that. She said that in 1870, you could have been white, but if you didn't have the money like that, you wasn't classified as white. She said that. Boy, don't you know that would kill a census? That kills the census right there.
Exactly.
Because now a black person with stature could be classified as white. Or, you know what I'm saying? Vice versa or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or shit, at these times, what would these white people be classified as then? What are they getting classified as? Native Americans? I'm gonna do some more
Germans,
research.
Russians, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, let's get back. I think we got a little bit left.
Well, who gets a box and
play
he just
one
gets
more
shoved into
video and
somebody
I'ma shut
else's
it
box?
down, man. I appreciate
And
it.
again, that can be really weird. I like it what this person said.
couple more
Scientific
videos and I'll
consensus can be wrong. This was mainstream physical anthropology in the early 20th century. I remember seeing something similar in a children's encyclopedia around 1960. Physical anthropology was still shaking off scientific racism in mid-century, and the change was slow and uneven. So it's interesting to me because I don't think it's racist to acknowledge diversity. I think diversity is beautiful. It's amazing. We love that in the world. But these do give you like a little bit of a feeling. I like how this person said, I don't exist then because I'm a mixture of everything. I feel the same way where I'm like, okay, I guess technically I'm most like the European, Italian, but I need a little slice of like 20 of those.
And that's what I was saying.
This person said they should
European,
call
I
it
said
phenotypes.
Russian,
So this got
German.
locked, I'm assuming,
You know what I mean?
because it went off on some weird, people went off on some weird tirades. But I think it's fascinating to see it. So 1960 was, my dad was 1 year old and my mom was a year out from being born. And this stuff was being published, as fact. And again, it's not to say, hey, we don't have diversity and we're all exactly the same. No, of course not. Of course not. But there's something real weird about grouping people into these groups. And I want to understand why this is not called the pink group. I feel like this should be called the pink group. I mean, obviously it doesn't make sense to use any color, but they got this black bar, they got their yellow bar. I guess, I don't know, maybe they couldn't figure out how to do a white box, but it's interesting to me. And I think the other thing is I'm looking for, I was telling you about that court case for Bhagat Singh Thin. He was from India. I'm trying to figure out where would he be? Maybe Indo-Iranian? This is Persia, Afghanistan, Western Himalayas. I'm not sure. Let me know what you think about that. So yeah, this was totally wild. I'm really fascinated by the primary sources. I love to see the primary sources, even when the primary sources are crazy. I think it's good to have to work with them and manipulate them. And I homeschool my kids, and my oldest is 10 and she's going into 5th grade this year. And that's the year where they really expect you to be really heavy with primary sources. I'm looking forward to doing that with her and kind of work through, how do we fit that into a schema of what we know? What questions does it raise? I think that's the beauty of the primary sources, is that we have to engage with it. We have to struggle with the primary source and compare it to things and contrast it to things. And I think that's great. And I think seeing primary sources even like this, because this is a primary source of the time, is great. It's important. And I think it helps us to understand things a lot better. So let me know what you think about this. And if you want to hang out with me, I have a secret.
Yeah, that was a good video, OTK. We're gonna review that video another time. We're gonna review that on a part 2. We're gonna go in deeper on that.
Yeah, I be done do some more research too on that 1870 joint. So you already know. Definitely. I like that. That was my first time seeing that too. You know what I mean? So that's why I sent it to you. So you know what I mean? But yeah,
We're gonna
man,
review that, John, another time when we go back into it. But I wanted to get back to this right here. Like I said, I'm playing another video or two, and we're gonna shut it down. I'm gonna bring up the brother Richard
L and the Bay family.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I bring the information up before we end it.
Yeah,
but let me play this video right here. You got it, man.
Drops her insanity plea. Put up the picture for a mask. Initially, the insanity plea was.
You want to say anything else, brother? I'll pause it.
I was just coinciding with you, big dog. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The woman who murdered her sons drops her insanity plea. Put up the picture for a mask. Initially, the insanity plea was filed via motion in an update.
And
age
me,
6.
It looked like those
And
are mixed
Jaden
kids.
Howard, age 9. Now intends to plead guilty after previously pursuing a legally insanity defense. As Law and Crime has reported, Lucas was accused of firing 4 shots in 30 seconds, claiming the shooting was an accident and claiming that she was manipulated through Facebook, through the internet, or through Wi-Fi into doing what she did. The Bullitt County Sheriff's Office has said that a neighboring husband and wife saw Lucas lying down in their driveway on the morning of the slayings, and the man called 911 after discovering the shocking scene inside the suspect's home. Lucas had allegedly told the neighborhood or neighbors her, quote, kids were dying, end quote. After Lucas' arrest, a detective testified that she said, quote, I'm in such a bad spot, when she was questioned about the crimes, said, quote, I'm so stupid, and claimed she, quote, would never do anything like this unless someone manipulated me, end quote. Lucas, who reportedly once served a month in jail in a drug possession case, had already raised concerns about her ability to parent. One family friend said, quote, I feel like our system failed them. Jody S. previously told WDRB, there comes a time when you have to listen to when people try to tell the authorities instead of the authorities putting it away or not wanting to listen to the family members. SS reportedly said, adding later, and the family is going to blame themselves for the rest of their lives for this day. It should not have to. Estes appeared.
Shout out my brother Tan. I see you out there. Much love and respect, brother.
Darrell Howard, the victim's older brother, telling the media that family members had called Child Protective Services about Lucas in recent years. Quote, I should have done more, Howard reportedly told WLKY. If it came to me snatching the boys out of the house, I should have. And I will hold that on my back for the rest of my life. For both of them boys, end quote. Though it seemed that Lucas and her defense team were prepared to build a case
rest in peace to the kid.
That she was not legally sane at the time of the shooting, Bullitt County Commonwealth Attorney Bailey Taylor reported and confirmed to local reporters on Monday that the defendant's lawyer informed the prosecution she intends to enter an open plea Thursday. The lack of a plea deal means that it will be up to the Judge Rodney Burris, to decide the punishment. Under Kentucky law, murder is technically a capital crime punishable by death, life without parole, life without the possibility of parole after 25 years, or 20 to 25 years behind bars. Now, the reason there is no plea deal is not because the defense would not seek it. It is because the prosecution has decided not to hear it. It's typically why you won't have one, which is always an obligation of discretion from the prosecutor. When I tell you this is one of the saddest stories you will hear on this show, and you look at those two beautiful young souls who had nothing but future in front of them, right? Taken away. The rhetoric from the mother trying to get out of a criminal prosecution started with, well, it was accidental, to Facebook made me do it. Now another plea will be entered. Very sad. Sharon, one of the individuals made a good point that there were other people in the family who raised the issue, sounded the alarm, lifted the red flag. But we have these systems in America that are horribly broken. I don't know how else to describe
the same systems
and
I
nothing
always
was done.
talk about.
And now we have this.
No, I'm exaggerating. It ain't that bad, but I'm glad to hear other people talk about this system in place. This shows me I'm not lying or exaggerating. But let's finish because it's almost over.
This correlation and causation connected, and 2 children are dead. What say you?
Because from what I understand and seeing them pictures of what I see, it was a white woman with a black guy with mixed kids, and she killed the kids or the boy. I'm not sure if both of them or one of them. My condolences. May they rest in power. But yeah, Sad. Let's finish it off because, like I said, we all.
If America wants to
I'm gonna
have
go
a
to one more.
lie
Yeah,
and
it said her
in
son.
these
Yeah, it said her sons. It got an S on that shit. Shot kids. It got an S on
Yeah,
it, so that
and it
means
showed
it's more
it
than
was
one.
it was
Yeah, 2 kids.
a black father and a white mom.
Yeah, yeah. So you absolutely correct. It's 2 of them or more, but I know it. You know, we know it's more than one. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's sad. And y'all heard what they said about the plea deal and all this stuff. She tried to claim insanity. Something
That's
they would
right.
never give to us. They'd just throw the book at us. But I'm glad they
That's
said how the justice system is and how the whole system is. But go ahead, OTK, you got it, bro.
Nah, I was just saying that's my girl, Liz Sharon Reed. Nah, I ain't lying. I just like her. My bad, big dog. My bad.
You good, brother. You good. You already know.
Yeah, nah, but I'm on undisputed. I'm on this. I like this dude. He college professor, all
Yeah.
of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Mhm.
I love his work. He's caused a
Yeah.
lot of cases that was gonna go up underneath the table. He caused a lot of those things to get
To
charges
come
brought
back
upon him.
out. Yep.
Yes, because he do follow up stories on things. Yes, go subscribe to this man. Good information, man. Go ahead, bro.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I'm gonna play one more. I got one more. This one almost finished.
different jurisdictions that it's about the best interest of the kids. I guess we could keep doing that and kids can keep dying. But you might want to admit the truth. It's a rigged system. Oh God, yes, I use that word. That is full
I've
of
been saying
money,
it for
greed,
years. Thank
and
you for
picking
saying
sides
it.
between
Thank you for
adults who
being honest.
generally don't get along or have issues that don't
I've
have
been
anything to
saying
do
it.
with the best interest of the kids. This is
Yep.
so sick, and I'm so sad.
Yep. All right.
My
We'll bring updates
condolences
as they
to the
come.
kids
We'll see what happens
and the
with the two.
family. I want to go to this one. We're gonna end it off on this one. We talk about racism and bigots. Here we go. We're gonna end it on this one. I'm gonna let my brother OTK tap in after this video. Let's go. One more.
Hi, everyone. Alina Haba asking you to do something very, very
I'll
critical
to the
in this
point.
election so that we do not lose.
What if I told you that a man decided to attack
And shout
a
out,
woman
like you said,
because
undisputed,
she
because undisputed, stay on it. Like I said, I got them all in my watch later. I can show you like 4 or 5 more videos of Karens and racist people. You know what I mean? So OTK on point. That's why I subscribe to this brother, because he bring it out. It ain't being covered up like in the media and everything. He bringing it out.
I think I got about goddamn a year and a half, and I think I got some other connections that tied in with them because them boys used to go around and find police shows where police doing corrupt stuff. Man, listen, they go, yeah, there's the people behind them. But go ahead, big dog. Yeah, good brother, good info. That's why I tell you that.
And we're gonna play this when I'm gonna show my brother Richard Neil Bay information, and we're gonna shut it down. Let's go. Last one.
put
I think
a
this one 8
VP
minutes long.
Kamala
Cause Smoke just went live, and we're gonna end it after this, and we're gonna show the information.
Harris
Here we go.
sign a flyer in his mailbox. But that's what happened. He got arrested, put it up for a mask. This is what we're dealing with. A 61-year-old white male Michigan man is facing charges after an apparent racially motivated
real
attack
quick,
on a black female.
It's a lot of these people out here. It's a lot of these Karens, male and female, out here, come from other countries and act like they're American and do nothing but show hate. So, like I said, I'm just doing this to bring awareness to my people. Stay aware. Stay aware. Let's go. Much love, Jackie Brown.
Mail carrier who tried to put a legal political flyer in his mailbox. The flyer was in support of Kamala Harris. Russell Frank Ballou is scheduled to return to court for a preliminary hearing. According to investigators, Russell Frank of Farmington Hills became enraged when he observed the high crime of the carrier delivering the vice president's campaign card and marched up to her with a knife, saying, quote, he did not want that black B word in his mailbox. So he believes that people can fit inside of his mailbox, and he didn't want that to happen. This is the kind of finite thinking you're dealing with. The individual was arraigned on September 27th on charges of felony, ethnic intimidation, and misdemeanor assault and battery. He pleaded not guilty, was jailed and kept on a $25,000 bond. That's according to the reports. If convicted, he could face up to 2 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. During the confrontation, Russell Frank allegedly unleashed a barrage of racist and sexist slurs aimed at Harris and the letter carrier, calling her a black B word before charging at her with the blade, police said. The woman became afraid and defended herself with pepper spray. And Mr. Russell Frank stumbled away while she ran to safety. Farmington Hills police showed up later, took him to down to the neighbor's yard, took him to jail. So a statement from the Oakland County prosecutor, Karen McDonald, quote, in this highly charged political moment, everyone has a right to their political opinion and vote, she said, according to ABC News. Whatever our political beliefs, no one should be assaulted or threatened because of their race or for doing the job. Hate crimes impact us all. We will vigorously pursue all such cases. A statement from the police chief, his name is Jeff King, put him up. So Chief King says, the Farmington Hills Police Department is dedicated to preventing attacks based on race, gender, political affiliation. Such conduct is not tolerated in this great community, and the Farmington Hills Police Department will use every resource to bring offenders to justice, ensuring the community remains a safe and welcoming place for all people. You know, he attacked a mail carrier, which means he attacked specifically an employee of the government. There's no mention of this in the statements provided by law enforcement or by the prosecutor. Typically, you want to make sure that your systems of democracy, and yes, our mail delivery system is part of our system of democracy. It's called early voting or ballot voting by way of absentee. Okay. Mail carriers are in charge of that part of the democracy process. So it's interesting to me how none of them, no statement mentions the protection of democracy, the protection of political speech. You know, the reason why the mail carrier has that political mailer is because political speech is protected by the U.S. Constitution. Where are the constitutionalists at? Where are you? I thought you enjoyed the element of free speech because political speech is part of that. That's the reason why campaigns get the right, yes, the right to come to your community, knock on your door. It's not considered loitering, trespass, or solicitation. It falls outside of those normative rules because it is a constitutional right to have political speech. Now, if you tell them to get the hell up off your property, they have to go. But they can be in your community. Not the prosecutor, not the cop. None of them said a word about protecting democracy, mail carriers, government workers. They made general statements. I'm looking for the there. That is an important distinction. And then to go out of your way as a prosecutor to say, well, everybody's entitled to their political opinion. And this is a very, very tense political moment. Why would you say this? Let me give you another example. If this was a gangster, right? Let's say an 18-year-old immature kid who claimed Piru, and he had a knife and he went up to a government employee. Would you say, you know, I know it's rough out here for young kids. I know it's tough. They don't have the opportunities that we should give them. Would you start your statement that way, prosecutor? Of course not. Because you have no context for the 18-year-old, but you have significant context for this grown-ass man that should know better. All right, Yasmin, thoughts here?
Yeah. There's a local group around here that goes canvassing, and they always invite me to go, and I never go. And I know that they vet the houses that they visit, and I know that outreach like that can really make a huge difference when it comes to influencing elections, especially local elections, which are so important. And I'm always telling people, you got to vote local. But besides the fact that, like, I'm not about to be walking out here in this Texas heat, I'm not messing with any of these people. You never know who you're going to encounter. And compared to a few years ago, maybe even a few decades ago, people are decidedly more unstable and more unhinged than they used to be. And maybe, I try to keep it in perspective. Maybe that is a perception thing on my part, because I do understand that it's one thing to read about these stories on the internet, and it's another thing to actually engage with your community and with your neighbors. But people really don't know their neighbors like they used to anymore. And I think that that is part of why we're seeing all these incidents cropping up more and more, or maybe we just know about them more and more. But we don't interact with one another the way we used to. We maybe see our neighbors now on our way from our front door to our cars, but we're not having these meaningful relationships with the people that we live near. And, me living in this neighborhood, I see the Trump flags and I see the Trump stickers on all the trucks. And I know that these people have guns. So no, thank you. And I love that you pointed out how this is such an integral and classic component of our system of government, interacting with the people, canvassing, stumping, etc. This is old school democracy. This type of behavior really feels like an interruption of the political democratic process. It feels like obstruction. It's not organized obstruction, at least regarding the man's actions against the woman with the flyer, but it is like the fact that nobody is doing anything about this type of behavior, and that they're kind of forgiving it and saying, it's just the way things are these days. No, like, this feels like election interference. If somebody was behaving that way at a polling location, that would be a big problem, or it should be a big problem. And hopefully, going into November, there are some safeguards put up there so that people feel safe going to these polls.
That's right. Well said. We went down this rabbit hole before, where workers who don't get paid a whole lot of money, they work seasonally, their whole lives were turned upside down. So hopefully we do better by them this time.
Damn.
Yeah, OTK. Send me that email again, because I played it 2 days ago. Now that ain't with the K Glover information. Now that ain't in my emails. I mean, this cloud be doing things. You know what I mean? With K Glover information about Richard Neal Bay. I don't see it in my emails. And it was just the other day. And I know I didn't delete it. So can you send me that real quick, brother? Goddamn emails be going crazy. It just be getting deleted out of it. But that's rest in peace to the brother Richard Neal Bay. This is his information. He have his services, I think it's tomorrow. And this is how you can get the information. But if you email it to me again,
should be there.
All right, let me see. Got it. Like, the shit jumped out of my computer, man. This computer. I got it. Thank you, brother. Here we go. I'm looking for it. Yeah, here go the information on the brother Richard Neal Bay. You know what I mean? His funeral services is October 17th at 1 p.m. The burial, Oakland Cemetery, the memorial service. For any donations, you can send the money to the family at that Cash App. You want to say something, brother?
Yeah, man. Send flowers, man. You know what I mean? Send cards. The P.O. box address is right there. A good brother.
You there, OTK? Did you say anything, or did I just lose my internet? Yeah, he might have got a phone call real quick. Yeah, shout out to like I said, my condolences. Shout out to Richard Neal Bay. He passed. You know, here go the information for his funeral service. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Thank you, JJ. Here go the information that, like he said, send a card. You know, it's tomorrow at 1 p.m. I may do something early in the morning for the brother. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I put this out. You know, y'all got the information. And before I shut it down, I want to play this, man. I want to play this real quick. Shout out to DJ Cut and Cuddy, man. And this is what I stand on. You know, let me get this ready. Then we're going to shut it down, man. I appreciate all that. I think this is like 8 minutes. Let's go. This is called the Declaration of Independence. Let's go.
It's to go. When I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we
I'm gonna put it up one more time after I play this. I want to play this
save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we can't. Hey, hey. Hey, this is the perfect time. We got to get the declaration cracking. Let's go.
The First Americans' Declaration of Reclamation of Our Identity and Natural Rights. This declaration, dated the accepted and amended July 4th, 2019, is in response to the intrusion, genocide, gentrification, indoctrination, and reclassification of the over 100 million strong original peoples of North, Central, South America, and adjoining islands over a period of 4 or more centuries. The American Aboriginal peoples described in this declaration are hereby declared the free peoples of the so-called Western Hemisphere and the Americas, meaning clear of obstruction, unrestrained in movement, liberty of action or expression, not holding strictly to rule or form, of nations, not subject to foreign rule or to despotism, based on principles of civil liberty, sense of giving without cost and free of charge and cost. This declaration does not include the so-called Native Americans, Africans, European, Hindu European, or Asian descendants, only the American Aborigines and mistakenly the American Negro and their descendants. Article 1. All so-called Black people in the Americas are not descendants of Africa, and this misclassification of our identity, i.e. colored, Negro, Black, and African American, is the result of social programming and indoctrination, and is not and will not be accepted by the autonomous people in any manner, whether it be personally, socially, politically, or so-called legally. And any attempt to continue such reckless behavior will be seen as a conspiracy to commit a fraud, a hate crime, and defamation against the original people peoples of the Western Hemisphere under international law and the American Constitution. Its nation states, affiliates, and sponsors have been committing many sorts of crimes against the original or Aboriginal people of this land without as much as one warning for the genocide, rape, lynching, displacement, and scientific experiments. There are many documented cases. The list of nefarious and criminal activity is almost too long to imagine, and there must be an accounting and remedy for. By our estimates, the greatest majority of so-called white African and European descendants in the U.S. believe that the original or Aboriginal people misclassified as Black were all brought here on slave ships by their ancestors, not realizing that we were here long before their ancestors existed. And the only reason that they believe the lie is because of the great effort to cover up factual history. Article 2. There are millions of acres of land held in trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the original or Aboriginal people of the land. And we demand that such land be returned in good faith and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since the original or Aboriginal people have been systematically removed and gentrified from our lands by fraudulent practices and intimidation, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace. No exceptions. Article 3. We, as the original or Aboriginal peoples of the commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, including but not limited to the Americas and surrounding islands being of sound mind, body, and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as a responsible, autonomous nation, and all treaties, trade agreements, tariffs, etc., thereof on our land must be approved by us alone. No exceptions.
No exceptions.
Article 4. We, as the original and Aboriginal peoples of what is commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, reserve all rights to travel anywhere and any time of our choosing within the Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship.
Hey, real quick, is that an old song or a new song? He Who Enlightens. Let me know if it's an old song or a new one. But let's finish, because I'm about to shut it down, everybody.
Of any state sponsored territories, no exceptions. Article 5. We, as the original and Aboriginal peoples, have been subject to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the U.S. state, local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners' orders, i.e., policy writers, enforcers, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and, in most cases, detrimental paper, computer rulership in all of its forms. We are the original free peoples of the land, aka the first Americans. We are not and will not be your citizens nor property in any form, assaulting and attacking our people on an individual or group basis by anyone, including your citizens, your policy enforcers, or any of your corporate partners or affiliates will be considered a hate crime and will be dealt with as such. No exceptions. Article 6.
And this is what we should be.
All Aborigine, man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate counsel. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child will be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free, born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions.
Cut, you killing them.
Yeah, I just wanted to play that. I'm gonna find it, my brother. He enlightens, and I'm try to send it to you, brother. But we're gonna close this out. I appreciate all y'all support. We're gonna close it out with a song by my nigga Dangerous. And I'm gonna shout out as many people as I can. New Dangerous. Let's go. I'm gonna find it because I got all dangerous stuff, but it's all mixed over. So shout out my brother He Who Enlightens, St. Louis, D. Allen Warren, OTK, Jackie Brown, JJ, Jules,
I remember niggas hate they wasn't fucking with it. I wave my hands at these niggas, I got something in it. I never argue with these hoes when I'm discussing business. I wave my hands at these bitches, I got something in it. If niggas get away, funeral arrangements. I'm saying if it ain't a bullet, it's a middle finger. Either way, I wave my hands, I got something in it. So if these hands get the waving, then it's up for niggas. Cloud chaser, you cloud chasing. Who you cloud chasing? Yeah, you smell it, the loud blazing. Yeah, you bitches bump, none of it's heard. You sound gated through the lens. All your dogs get spotted like Dalmatians. People like to live in their lives. That ain't about shit. Truth, it get put in disguise. Get outlived. Damn shame how they did your cousin, nigga, ain't it? Rapid fire make my head shake, get acquainted. Fresher than you ever been, flyer than you ever was. Fresher than you ever been, flyer than you ever was. I said I'm fresher than you ever been, flyer than you ever was. Fresher than you ever been. I remember niggas hate they wasn't fucking with it. I wave my hands at these niggas, I got something in it. I never argue with these hoes when I'm discussing business. I wave my hands at these bitches, I got something in it. If niggas get away, funeral arrangements. I'm saying if it ain't a bullet, it's a middle finger. Either way, I wave my hands, I got something in it. So if these hands get the waving, then it's up for you. A big dummy, you an idiot, stupid nigga. All you think is funny, then oblivion where you visit. You was hating on me, and not to mention all the swagger jacking niggas was doing. Ain't nothing different. These hands wave niggas goodbye. They call it farewell. Revolver flash dead in your eyes, and it don't bear shelves. DVD music, the gang. No, we a family. My network niggas is real. They waving hands with me. Fresher than you ever been, fly than you ever was. Fresher than you ever been, fly than you ever was. I said I'm fresher than you ever been, fly than you ever was. Fresher than you ever been. I remember niggas hate they wasn't fucking with it. I wave my hands at these niggas, I got something in it. I never argue with these hoes when I'm discussing business. I wave my hands at these bitches, I got something in it. If niggas get away, funeral arrangements. I'm saying if it ain't a bullet, it's a middle finger. Either way, I wave my hands, I got something in it. So if these hands get the waving, then it's up for niggas.
I see y'all over smokes, man. I see y'all over Smoke Signal channel. And like I said, we're going to close out with the brother Richard Neal Bay information. If y'all want to support the family, here's the information, man. We're going to do a moment of silence for the brother Richard Neal Bay. Here go all his information. Let me blow it up a little bit. Let me pause that. Bam. Make sure there ain't nothing playing. Give me a second, everybody. Bam. We want to come back here. Here go the funeral information for the brother Richard Neal Bay. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to put the link to Smoke Signal channel in case somebody, y'all want to go over there. Here go the link to my nigga Smoke Signal channel. That's where I'll be. And everybody have a good night, man. Like I said, I love y'all, man. OG and the family love y'all, man. There go the link to Smoke Signal channel. There go the brother Richard Neal Bay. May rest in peace. Do a moment of silence for him, and we're going to close out. Rest in peace to the brother Richard Neal Bay. Like I said, here go the information. If you want to support the family, please do. Everybody have a good night. Peace.